not about how much you make. You have 1,000, you make 700. Tomorrow you lose 900. Next tomorrow you make 500. The other day you lose. It's a matter of time that account will blow, isn't it? But the point is that if you are consistently making $10 every day, a lot of you are not seeing these things. That means you have made 240%. The best interest you can get in a bank on the $1,000 is, let's say, 9% in a year. Compare 9% in 1 year from trading to 9% in the bank. Hello? The second thing you need to be thinking about, we are all Nigerians, the majority of us are Nigerian, right? Is that when you think of how much $1 that you lose in market is in reality, and how much $1 can do for you in the Nigerian context, you would learn how to be patient. Right? So that's like $50 every day. So you make $200 in 1 month. $200 in today's time. That's 340,000 naira. Gosh. On your $1,000. Some people, if you get a job in the bank today, I bet you as an entry person, you will probably not get 200,000 naira net in a month. But trading can give you patience. Alright? So guys, after today, I want you to have a change of mind. That easy does it. How many of you have seen my trades in the last few days? 0.02. Do you know what my account balance is? That's my personal account. Right? My account balance is less than $4,000. It's more than $4,000. But what do I do? 0.02. And then you will see most of the time, every day I have a target of $100. And I show you on the group. Imagine you make $100 with $4,000 every day. And what do I do? Once I make my $100, sometimes you see 135, 120, one whatever, you know. But once I make $100, I'm out. 100 times 20. How much is that? $2,000 in today's time. That's 3.4 million in 1 single month. I bet you guys that is more than 150% of my monthly salary, net monthly salary as an agent. So what else do I want? So would I rather not take it easy? Are you getting my point? That is it. So the psychology of trading is much better, is more bigger than the knowledge. You have the knowledge and you think the market, let the market go. There are over 1,000 peers in the market, right? So if you don't make money from this one, go and look at another one that is in line with your strategy. It's that simple. All right? Don't be like me, because I like gold like the back of my hand. If you wake me up, like, where is gold going? You guys have seen it, I will tell you, even yesterday, it happened, Abi. I told you, I marked somewhere. Is God not going towards that place? That is what you learn in Finspot. Thank you very much. As I hand over.
Patience is key. So moving on, we are going gradually to the main business of the day. So before I call on our speaker, the next speaker, I would like to read briefly his portfolio. So, yes, okay. Olusheyi Akindende. Everybody can see that. I should just read that. Okay. Olusheyi Akindende has over 25 years of experience in technology and information security, focusing on electronic funds transfer, ETF, and financial transaction system, FTS. He has shared his research with renowned organizations like the NSA, CBN, ISSAN, EFCC, and more, and serves as an advisory to the Nigeria E-Fraud Forum. He has also provided expertise across multiple industries and to the government agencies. Recently, he has concentrated on Web3, blockchain, and smart contract technology to improve internet security. Olusheli is passionate about tech startup, notably involved with hyperspace technology and its product CipherKey Tap to Sign. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium, Olusheli Akindele. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? It's always a privilege to speak, at events like this. And I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Olajiri. I met him about 8 years ago, and he's the kind of person that you want to have not just as a friend, but as a mentor. And what he's doing is something that we don't often see in this part of the world. I happen to travel, quite a bit, and I see that countries and societies that make it, they share a lot of information, they pass a lot of information. Over here, we see that a lot of talks about financial analysis, we don't often open it to the public. When I have knowledge, I don't want the next man to know. But he's the kind of person that if he knows something, he passes it across, because at the end of the day, there isn't any limit to any amount of money that can be made in the world. It's not like there's a cap and then you just have to take your share. It is it's out there, so he shares, you make yours, he makes his, and we all are happy. I think we need to give him a round of applause for something like that. I have been listening to the talk, and it is very fascinating. I have a technology background, so I have a different perspective to the financial markets, and Ronti, that was a very insightful presentation as well. In fact, that was why I said I should do mine after, because, I just wanted to listen in, and I've learned one or two things as well. You see, but at the end of the day, the truth is, for me, I think the financial market is about knowing yourself. It's about your temperament. You see, and as she was explaining, as even Mr. Lajiri was just explaining about the financial market, PIP, or in my head, I'm like, I am not the kind of person that has this kind of patience. I just don't. It's like, there are two types of people in the world. He was introducing at the beginning, he said, I have 50 certifications. No, I'm not the one that has 50 certifications. It's Wale that has starting at a point and ending somewhere. You see, the reason why you are doing forex trading is what? To make money, right? At the end of the day. You see, it's like traveling. There are two types of travelers. No matter, I like traveling, but you see, I don't like the process of traveling. I don't like the process of going to the airport, removing your almost going naked, going to checkpoint, doing connecting flight. I don't like connecting flight. Take me from here to my destination, and I'm okay. But some people, they want to ordinarily go to Dubai. You have to first, like you go from Lagos to Abuja, take Qatar Airways, land in Doha, from Doha, then go to. Some people enjoy that process. I have a technology background. I just don't. But at the end of the day, I want to also make the kinds of money you guys are making trading forex. And I have a different way of doing that. And I'm going to explain it to you. Now, and I'll be very, very upfront. If you want to change your life right now, there are very few things in the world that we meet, especially from the technology perspective, that moves us from one place to the other. And I believe that there is no amount of work you will do with your hands that you will become a billionaire. There is nothing you can do with it. Like, you just do, like, you can become rich. Even if you're earning, imagine, okay, think about it. In Nigeria today, how much do you think you can earn that will make you rich? Let's say you are earning 5 million naira a month. You are a big boy. You are earning 5 million every month. But at the end of 12 months, that's just what? 60 million naira. At the end of 10 years, that's just 600 million naira. So for you to earn 1 billion naira, it means you have to work for what? Almost 20 years. And you are saving everything. That's just 1 billion naira. Add 20 years to your age now. And how many people are actually earning 5 million naira? So you need to look for something that you will do that will give you leverage. It's either you do business. Even in business, it is not the amount you make from the business. If you look at, I study a lot of very successful people, and I have seen that they are billionaires not because of their revenue bottom line. They are billionaires because of the price of the stock they hold in companies. So it is stratospheric. It's not because, oh, Tesla is selling 100,000 cars that Elon Musk is rich. No. It's because of the value of that asset, which is Tesla. So the same thing we have to be thinking about. And in this day and age, I believe that for us, you know, if you're young, from maybe out of school, maybe before you're 40, the way to go about it now, forget whatever people are saying, I still think it's crypto. Now, there are 3 things you can trade with, and I've seen that in the first market. There's the market, MKT. There are 3 things you can trade with. You can trade with money, which is currency. You can trade with knowledge, and you can trade with time. See, when you trade with money, you can't lose it. It's possible for you. That's why, you know, when Ronti was speaking, she was saying, oh, you can put in money and lose it. But if you trade with knowledge, you cannot lose. It is impossible, and I'll prove it to you. And then you trade with time. And when I mean knowledge, not generic knowledge, not knowledge that you are reading from the media. Because, and I'll be frank with you, if you are getting your knowledge from media and what people, they are just regurgitating. You have to seek the knowledge deeply. You have to find it for yourself. And then time. I'm very happy that, I mean, even in Forex trading, what Mr. Olajiri kept saying was be patient. Patient. But you see, you can be patient to a level where you cannot lose. And I'll prove it to you. Now, I have this chart up here. I just opened it while, you know, we're here. He mentioned something about Solana. Last year, we were at that credit registry. And in this kind of gathering too, I told people then, I think $1 was like 900 or 800 and something. Let's say 900 naira then. Now, let's quickly do a small analysis. And I'll be upfront, I am not a trader. I trade with knowledge and time. I don't trade with money. So it means that I have to invest a lot in my understanding of what I want to do before I place my money. I am not a short-term trader. It's like somebody who is, and you see, when you think long-term, the problem with a lot of people is, number one, in this part of the world, we're not patient because we need fat. You see, don't look at trading as money that you want to use to eat. Look at trading as long-term, that money you want to use to do so. Maybe buy a private jet or buy a big house or buy a mansion. And we have examples of all these things. And I'm going to prove to you why you can also win if you are very, very patient. And you trade with time, and you trade with knowledge. Now, look at this Solana. Let me look at the chart of Solana. So if I look here, I'm going to just do the 1 year chart, the 1 year view. Do we have internet on the... Okay.
What's this? How many percent battery? That's just is recording. No? Yeah, just leave it. Go on.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Okay, now, a year ago, so can we get internet on? Okay, let's. I hope it doesn't go. Okay. 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 We seem to be having a bit of a challenge, but okay. So what my point is, I want to show you a few things how maybe an alternative strategy would work, especially like I said at the beginning, if your temperament, because not everybody is going to have the temperament of trading. So a year ago, this time, October last year, Solana was $32. No, let's say $33. Now, today, that same Solana is is $175. So it means that in that 1 year, now let's say you had like ₦1 million, okay, and you wanted to buy Solana. So let's do a bit of small math. So I have 1 million. I divide it by, at the time it was 900 so I have 1,100. I would have bought divided by 33, for instance. So I'll have been able to buy about 33 Solana. Now if you multiply that by 175 today, so with that 1 million, you would now have 5,892, right? Dollars. So multiply that by the naira. So now, however, if you go back, we went back a year, right? Now, if you go back 2 years on Solana, I think I opened it here. If you go back 2 years on Solana, let me show you the price 2 years ago on Solana. Now, if you go back 2 years and you go to the October of 2022, you will see that on October of 2022, that same price was the same price it was in October of 2023. So you can see that that 1 year, it did absolutely, between 2022 and 2023, it did nothing. It even went slightly down. Now that's where people, you start to hear on the internet, this thing is a scam. Because sometimes it might even go down. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So for you to have made money, you'll have needed to wait from 2022, but by the time you get to 2023, it has done nothing, or it has even slightly gone down, and you have lost money, and then you think that you're not making money. Then what do? You sell. Because that's when you'll be hearing all sorts of things. But between the 2023 and 2024 that we are now, look at the gains that you have made. That's why I said that you trade with time and knowledge. Now, if you understand, the problem with people that deal in crypto is they're always looking for the next coin that blows. If you understand why there was a movement, which is where trading in knowledge comes in. If you take the Solana, now Solana came to solve the problem that Ethereum was having. Do you understand? Now, Ethereum was after Bitcoin came. Ethereum came with what they call smart contracts. Now, on the blockchain, you see, that's why when a lot of people don't have the patience to understand why things move. Even in the traditional financial system, which is why every time I tell them that this is not your regular financial system. It is not. So it will take you to unlearn and then relearn. We have this entrenched, psychology that, if it's not done one way, it cannot be done, because that's what we're used to. So when Ethereum came, what was the problem that Ethereum came to solve? It came to solve the same problem that the computer came to solve with the calculator. Before we had the calculator could only do something, multiply, add, and it couldn't do any other thing. But when we had the computer, we now had software. Now, with the blockchain network, you could only do send and receive, nothing else, no smart contract. So Ethereum came, but they now discovered that it was slow to move transactions. So Solana now came to say, we can solve that problem. And people migrated en masse. That was why. And then on it, for you to do any transaction on any blockchain, you need to buy the token. Because up until now, we haven't had any kind of infrastructure that could move value from one place to the other. We only had infrastructure that could move information. Internet can only move information. So when you send an email, you can send an email to me, but email has no value. It's just information, because the same email I send to you, I can send it to 100 other people. But you see, you can't send money like that. The best we've had is man in the middle. That's why we have financial institutions, PayPal, all these things, because they have to guarantee, because when you're sending value, they came up with a concept of debits and credits. So that when you're actually moving value, the way we move value in the real world, how do you mimic it online? So in the real world, if I take out 1,000 naira from my pocket and I give it to you, I haven't moved a copy of that 1,000 naira. I have given you the physical 1,000. So it leaves me, it goes to you. That is, and there is no man in the middle to, try that transaction. But we don't have that online. So when Ethereum came and Bitcoin came, they solved that problem of moving value. So when Solana came, if you had read, how many people have read the white paper of any crypto that you are even buying? Maybe. You see? How many people have read the Bitcoin white paper? Nobody. How do you want to make money? You see, if you read it, and this is what is happening, if you read it, there will be something in you that will let you know that this is the future of money. Because it came to solve the problems that we have. And that's why up now it's making moves. So that's why I was showing you that if you had seen at that time, people migrated en masse. And that's why, and because you need to buy the token of that particular blockchain. And the more you buy, it's demand and supply, the price will go up. So when people talk about trading is good for people that have the temper. When I started with trading. In fact, there was this thing they called spread trading, or what they call spread betting, where they give you a price, and within the next 60 seconds, you try to guess whether the price will go up or down, and then you bid. How do I know if... How do I know? So some people, and that thing, like Rotti said, you can almost collapse if you lose money. So I now looked at it, I said, there has to be another way to do this thing. And I think there are two events in my life that I think have changed, my orientation, or that I can say the best moment. I think, number one, probably when my daughter was born, and secondly, the day I discovered crypto, Bitcoin. That was the day that I knew that, you see that billion that we're talking about, we can reach it. It is not magic, and I'll prove to you why again. This is, let me show you this. I opened, now, this is my Facebook page. This is, look at the dates there. 28th December 2016. I discovered Bitcoin in 2015. When you're reading my profile, we do a lot of things with the central bank. Now, one of the central bank had a committee they call the Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum. It's a forum for all the banks, representative of all the banks, chief inspectors, chief audit executives to come together and share fraud information that they are seeing within the banking system. So it was organized by CBN, and we were the technical consultants to central bank on when they get this data, we analyze it. So there was a particular month around August or September of 2015 The topic that month was deep web. Deep web. Who has ever been to the deep web? Dark web. Now, dark web is where there is nothing you want to buy that they don't sell. You want to buy guns, you want to hire keepers, you want to whatever. There is not you credit card information. This was 2015. So they said, as technical partners, please go and investigate what is happening in this deep web. Deep web? Maybe it's the web. Then if people are buying credit card information, if people are buying guns, and how are they paying for it? Is it via Visa, MasterCard? Then 2015 September, we got down to work. After like 3 or 4 months, we came back and we had to explain to them that, okay, if you say people are buying credit card information, at least if we know the card they are using, we can trace them. We said, no, people are not using credit card in this deep web. They are using something called cryptocurrency. That was the first time even I was going to hear about crypto. I said, what is cryptocurrency? Maybe it will have an account number. It will have the way they pay and settle. At that time, you remember, there wasn't much information. They said, this thing is not, it's not the way banking system works. So it's anonymous. Like if I send it to you, you don't even know. It uses keys and price. So even then, so because when you're working with central bank, it's not theory. You have to show workings. You don't want to hear theory because this is policy. This is the #1 economic policy maker of the country. So they now said for them to be convinced, we needed to demonstrate. So we're now tasked with, okay, if they are using cryptocurrency, find a way to obtain this cryptocurrency, go into the dark web, buy something, and then come and show us how it works. So, and I was the CTO of, the company. So we now had to find a way. I found one guy who was a Nigerian, but was living in Canada at the time, that, okay, I wanted to buy small amount. Then, I think one Bitcoin was like maybe $200 or $300 US, one, for a full one. I didn't buy a full, I think I just bought some, like, I think $10 or $20 or something. I bought it just to be able to do this. And we did it, and we presented to Central Bank. But when I noticed, after like 6 months, I didn't touch it, I came back. Imagine buying crypto for maybe 200, and the next time you see it, you spent $200, but what you're now seeing is maybe $600. And I'm like, I know I didn't spend $600, but how did this thing go from this to this? That was what sparked interest. That there must be something here that we're not looking at. So I researched it, and I discovered a whole world of financial, I read Bitcoin white paper. I have a technology background, so it was a bit easy for me. The moment I grabbed this thing, I told my colleague then, I said, we have to go to all the banks to tell them. We presented to all the banks that this Bitcoin is the future. And any bank that, adopts it or takes it on board. In fact, we went to the US, went to use the first Bitcoin ATM. We took pictures, we were presenting. Yes, it was already advanced. Even in Harvard, they have a Bitcoin ATM. You can buy things. But here, so we did the presentation, but we were like, no. So, coming back to this is December. This topic, I actually put it there because I knew that in future I would come back to it. It is called A Tale of Two Friends. What is a tale? It says here that two friends, at the time they were also downsizing, they lost their jobs in the banking system, and they came for advice. That, look, I have this 2 million naira. The other one too had 2 million naira. What do I do with this 2 million naira? I told them, take half of it, use it for your family, but the remaining, this is what I put in there. In fact, 2.5 million. So if you read this, I said, I told them, they had just lost their jobs. I said, I told them that if they each had 2.5 million, they should what? Buy Bitcoin. At the time, look at the price of Bitcoin here. He said at the time, one Bitcoin sold for $200 and $1 was about 200 naira. So one Bitcoin was approximately 40,000 naira. This was 2016. We're not talking about 2006. We're not talking about 1996. We're talking about just 8 years ago. 1 Bitcoin was what? So with 1 million naira, I even told the guy, okay, set aside 800K for 20 Bitcoin and leave the rest for family obligations. 20 Bitcoin. What would the price be today? You will have hammered beyond your wildest imagination. Beyond your, as in you beyond your wildest imagination. Beyond, with what? 800K. Just 8 years ago. That's why I said, if you, and I told them, I said, it isn't just because I think this thing will blow. I gave them the reason. And what was the reason? I wrote it here as well. That the first guy, Mr. A, turned down the offer. It was around the time when Uber was booming. People were going to buy cars to put on Uber. He said, look, he would rather use the money to buy Uber and drive it himself. And that way he can be seeing daily money, income. This is your Bitcoin thing. The other guy went to study it. Now, by the time they came back to me in 2016, look at it, just this morning, I got a call from Mr. B. He was very excited and full of life. Price of Bitcoin at the time had moved from 200 to $960, which was after a year. And then the dollar was already now $4.90. And from his 900,000 investment, he had now made almost 10 million just after 1 year. Someone that was sacked a year ago. And that was even when Bitcoin was trading at less than. He now asked me, listen, he's not done. He now said, after the, he then asked me if he could cash out. He was happy. 900K has become 10 million. He wanted to cash out. I told him, I told him to still hold on to them. That there's speculation that the Bitcoin will be worth 4,000 by the end of 2017. I even gave the research. But don't sell yet, Mr. Man. Don't be in a hurry. You never hammer. Just think say you don't hammer. That's why I said trade with time and trade with knowledge. And where you don't have the knowledge, seek the knowledge. I put it here, it was on my, you see this kind of post, they don't get a lot of likes. It was so bad when I was back, because at that time, now you can easily buy crypto on any exchange. You couldn't. The guy in Canada that I was buying from, the guy was even so, I'll show you the charts here. The guy, at some point, he was even scared. This is the chart that he was sending to me. The guy that was buying from, that was collecting my money, that time, he was asking me that, let me show you the full thing. He said, because me, at that time when I was buying, you see, they say money is a medium of exchange, money is a unit of account, and money is a what? Store of value. So at that time, I wasn't looking at it as a medium of exchange. I wasn't looking at it as a unit of account. I was looking at it because store of value. So when he asked me, I just told him that, look, he even said, that I thought you wanted to use this Bitcoin to transfer to somebody. He said, what if Bitcoin crashes to 200? This was the guy that was selling to me in Canada. I told him that, yes, I used it, but I saw it was 588 in June, and it rose to 645. And the way it is going, that I am used to trading financial instruments, so even if it crashes, because I knew at that time that this was not a financial play, this was a technology play. That by the time people woke up to this kind of technology, listen, do you know what Bitcoin is selling for this money? 67,000 naira. So think about it, something that you, $27,000, something you bought for $200 in 2016. Something you bought for which work, even, which work you want to do in any economy that you will buy something for 2,000 and over an 8-year period will grow to 67,000, and then you now have maybe 20 of that thing. For you people that want to be rich, there is a hard way, and then there is this. But you see, along that line, you will, and you see, to me, I see it as traveling. When you travel and you're on the plane, there's going to be periods of turbulence. But if you go and read the history of travel, there is no plane crash ever that has ever been due to turbulence. Because they have been built to withstand it. See, so what some pilots do, when you're flying a small body plane, they go through it. But when you're flying a big body plane, like all those A320 Airbus, they go above it. But they never crash. But in that period, that's the same thing with crypto. In that journey, there will be times when, like you said, Solana went from maybe 200 or something to $4. But you see, people that have studied the Solana technology, that have joined forums where they are not just discussing price, the way you know a crypto will boom is the use cases to which they are being put. Earlier this year, the United States financial system, do you know what it means for them to create an ETF on something like Bitcoin? That means that that thing is forever going to go up. So don't look at crypto as something that is short term. If you want, and I'm even up till now, which is why I showed you Solana. If you had even bought just 10 last year when it was $32, just 10 this morning, there is no, it defeats every mode of inflation. You will be smiling, and you would not have had to do a lot of work. Which is why I said my own temperament does not go with marking, heads and shoulders. We all have different temperaments. What works for me may not be what will work for you. Some people like the thrill. I just don't enjoy it. Just like I don't enjoy reading books. I rather go online and learn. Some people, until they read books and have certificates. So when you understand that, at the end of the day, what do you want to do? You want to be financially free. That's the whole essence. While trading is not bad, it may just not be for your kind of temperament. And Mr. Kire said something at the beginning too, that in case you want to, get into it, there's what is called dollar cost averaging. Dollar cost averaging means that if I have 100,000 naira today, and I don't have to, if I earn 100,000 naira, I don't have to buy one full Solana that I want to buy. No, you can buy 0.01 and you buy it consistently, which is what I have done with Bitcoin. Imagine. See this story, you remember that even the guy that bought it the first time, even the guy, just to make it easy for him, if you look at it, I was the one that sold him his first 20. Thank you. I sold it at the time because I knew, and you see, there was no way. When sometimes, that's why if you have knowledge, you can't fail in life. No matter what people are saying around you, knowledge allows you to move. It's like, I like, even me, I like, maybe my alternative role, I probably would have become a pilot. I like talking to pilots a lot. Just to know, because sometimes when you're in the air like that, you just know, nothing, So I like to know, and see when they talk with some kind of confidence, nothing, you know that they know something that even they can't explain to you. That's why they say air travel is the safest form of travel in the world, even more than cars. Because they know something, because you just sit down. How does an airplane go from Lagos to New York and he doesn't miss wood. Sometimes even in no visibility, plane will fly because there's certain knowledge. So when you have knowledge, armed with that knowledge, even people that you respect, when they come out, you will know that they are wrong. So if you spend the time seeking the knowledge, even in this forex, you see, I am on TikTok and I follow a lot of forex traders. And there's some people who tell you that they have never made a loss. Why? Because they know something. They might not be able to explain the thing to you. They will tell you that they have, if they say it is going down, it is going down. If they say this thing will rise, it will rise. Because there is something that they know. How do you think? Do you know that it is through price? There's something called price discovery. How do we get price discovery? It's through traders. It's traders that bid and ask. And that's how a lot of investment banks, even in the US, that's how they make a lot of money. That's why they have from people that sort of try to influence, short markets and all that. Some people already know. It's knowledge. And then when you now combine that with time, so your time horizon, if you combine knowledge with time, I can assure you, you cannot fail. You cannot fail. That's why when people even as, Mr. Olajire was talking, he flies business class. Do you think he cares? It's not salary. Salary is like, like crumbs, like sugar on cake. Because there is something he knows. That's why you see some people, you ever see, there are people in this country that they don't, even before crypto, to be honest with you, you see, there are just some fundamentals that you have to know about financial markets. And it's not sentiment, like Ronti said. It's not that you have gone to pray to God. There are just some things that if you don't do, as far back as during Jonathan's time, when Sanusi held that press conference, and he said it that the next government coming in was going to have a problem. I started buying dollars. Even before crypto came, as far back as 2012, 20. When he came and he said, with figures, he was saying it with figures, with facts, that this thing, God cannot come down and solve your problem. Something just said, this thing, I started buying dollars. Because when you don't produce anything, how do you make? You don't produce. You import everything you bring in. How is your currency going to play in the international space? Why is dollar international currency? Because, and there's no, do you know, if you hold dollar in your pocket now, if you like, go to Timbuktu, any country in the world, you can exchange that dollar for the country. Can you do that with Naira? So I started, because I knew, so I started buying this thing. Remember, even the crypto, when I started buying crypto, dollar was even still 200, 199. So imagine when I started buying dollar, maybe when it was like 100 and something. Even if you didn't do anything, and you just started converting your money to dollar, you don't need to do any chart. Just be converting all the money you're earning. Take some, convert it to dollar. And today, that same $199 is almost 10x now. In fact, almost 10x. Just by you holding. So my message is, yes, we're traders. And it's good. Yeah, it's good to actually diversify. I just don't have, because I'm a technology person, I have a day job. And a lot of people think forex money should be money that you think of. I don't think it should be something that you want to use to eat. That, I want to, like you said, if you're making $50, that's it, compound. I use the Warren Buffett principle. Warren Buffett, he tells you, he doesn't look at charts. He looks at companies. He looks at what they produce. And he looks at the customers. And he makes his decisions. He doesn't care whether at that point the price is coming. And that's why when you ask him, he'll tell you that the biggest portfolio he holds is Coca-Cola. Because he knows there's no country in the world that you enter, they don't drink Coke. So even if the price is saying is low, now he knows that it is, I'm buying it at a bargain. This is a pro. There are some people, all they buy, like, if I was actually trading stock market. There's just some companies you know that if you buy, they can't go. Buy Coke, buy Pepsi, they compete. If one loses, another will win. Buy Airbus, buy Boeing. They're not going anywhere. Who will all manufacture the planes we use in the world, if not for Boeing? So if you look at, and that's what Warren Buffett does, and he goes to sleep. And he's a billionaire. So if you look at it, study markets. Look at, if you want to get into crypto, especially this part of crypto, read every crypto has a white paper. That white paper is what will tell you, and this day and age of AI, you don't even need to understand all the technical components. Take the PDF, put it inside ChatGPT, ask it, this thing, explain it to me in layman's terms. And it will tell you how many they have issued, how many is this, how many is that, how many, and you will know. Go, to forums. If you go on CoinMarketCap, they have all these things where you can see their forums, you can see, the volume, trades, and all that. And if you think it, and even if you don't, what I always tell people is the first 10, just look at the first 10 crypto. Don't care about what people are saying outside. Because, you see, it's like you telling somebody, it's like me coming to tell MTN or Airtel. Imagine I create a solution now that allows me to make a phone call, which is what they did to Skype, without using base stations. They will want to crush it. Just using Bluetooth. That's why they wanted to kill Skype. Because the first time we were ever able to make calls over the internet was through Skype, and we didn't go through the telecoms stuff. They wanted to kill it. So it's like me. So when you bring in something like crypto, every bank, every central bank, because have you noticed that people don't care what, like if I sell crypto and dollars comes to the bank, they won't raise an eyebrow because they are receiving dollars. The moment you try to use dollar or naira to buy crypto, that's when they start talking. Because now, when you buy something, it's almost like you're telling them that this thing that I'm buying is more valuable. So that's why when you receive crypto in dollars, they don't really, but when you want to convert dollars or naira or whatever fiat currency, then they start to raise eyebrow. That's where the issue is. They don't care what you sell to get the dollar, but they care what you buy with the dollar. So they are going to influence it. But you see, a technology that without marketing, some people bought, I've got to read about the Winklevoss twins. The Winklevoss twins were the guys who first created Facebook. And they claimed that Zuckerberg stole it from them. And then they went to court and they received a $65 million settlement. Do you know what they did with that money? In that time, they bought 1% of the entire Bitcoin in circulation. How can you ever be poor again? Because they already saw it. Now they have an exchange, Gemini. At the time, we're talking about like 2000 and maybe 2011, 2012. It's on the internet. So if your desire is for money to make, and you see, the honest truth is, there is some money you will have, it will obscure you. It's not just about you having it. Even the way fellow people will treat you, the way you will be considered, just by you having access to it, it's going to be different. So on the agenda of to, yes, as we're trading with the currency, like I said, you trade with money, also try and get the knowledge of what you are trading. I see that some people, like when Mr. Olajiro was talking, you trade, some currency pairs. He says he loves gold. That means that he has studied it deeply. You cannot, he said, don't fear somebody who does something 100, who does so many things. He does different things. Fear that person that does one thing 100 times. Just does one thing 100 times. That person is definitely going to win. So my message at the end of the day is, what I still believe, contrary contrary to what people say online. And we will come back here again next year. And I will show you charts like this. Because last year, people that attended, if you remember, I showed them this. If you had bought that Solana, that last year, the edition last year that we had, $33. It's now 1.7. That's even in dollars. That means that the thing is even beating dollar. Not even just our naira. It is trashing dollar. And if you are consistently beating, what else is the currency to measure against? That's it. And if you even look at the first 5, let's even just take a random look at any of the top crypto, just to see what they are saying. Let's take a look at. I am a fan of BTC. To be honest with you, if you ask me, if your desire is to leave generational wealth for your children, not the one that you will finish in your own time, small amounts put in there, because this thing, even government, because we actually, apart from doing technical work, we actually relate with government. There is absolutely no, if they could have destroyed it, and that's primarily because of the way the technology works. It is decentralized. Do you know why it's easy for them to shut down PayPal or, InstaSwitch and all this? Because they are centralized. When you have a central point of control, they can just go some. Google can be shut down tomorrow because it's a centralized infrastructure. Just go to the source, remove the cable, and that's it, it's gone. If your bank wants to shut you out today, you might have money in the bank. All you need to do is take your, maybe there are some banks that are upgrading now that you can't even use you have money in the bank but you can't use it. But the technology, which is why I want you to understand, is decentralized. It's like the way Bitcoin crypto works is that every node, every computer is both a client and a server. So what I have on my node is what they have all over the world. So for you to shut it down, you will need to go to all the computers, and it's so easy. Just download the app and you can be a member of it. So how many computers are they going to shut down? As long as unless they shut down the internet. And once you shut down the internet now, no other thing would work. So that is why that thing has moved from almost nothing, zero, without any marketing. We're now talking about a currency. And you see, the economics, this is crypto economics, the economics, the monetary policy of Bitcoin. Why do we have inflation? Ask yourself, why is it that the 1 naira or the 10 naira I have today, or yesterday, it's not the same 10 naira today? Why do we have inflation? Because central banks have come together to do, they print money whenever they need to, maybe fund wars. And when you print new currency, that is, you create new, you are diluting the ones in existence, so they are now less valuable. The monetary policy of something like Bitcoin is deflationary. It will never increase beyond a certain amount, which is 21 million. So it's like somebody coming to tell you now that, do you know that the federal government of Nigeria has put in the constitution that the most currency we would ever have, is what we currently have, that they will never print more. Do you know what will happen? It will start, exactly. People will start to buy it. And this thing, that means it will start to gain value. Your 1 naira will now start to increase. That is the monetary policy of Bitcoin. There will only, and it is in the constitution of the Bitcoin. And it's not the normal constitution that anybody can change. It is in the constitution of the code. It can never change. And that's why as they are printing, and right now they are 21 million, but there are 19 point something in existence. So that means that after 21 million, nobody. So the only way you will have to get crypto is through people that already have. So that's why people are holding. There's a guy called Michael Saylor in the US. He runs a quoted company. Do you know what he's doing with the balance sheet of his company? He's acquiring Bitcoin. He uses the balance, he leverages it against the banking system, so he takes loans at 1 or 2%. That is because he's been doing it. The government of El Salvador, the same thing they're doing. Now, these people are not dumb. Yesterday, Microsoft, if you check their filing, they put in there by December, they're going to vote whether to put some of their cash in BTC. Those are things that will let you know that at our own level here, even if it's just 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, as you are trading, you see, you want to foolproof. You know, what I did when my daughter was born was, I wanted to foolproof that even if every other thing I did became failures, like they failed completely, like if I do this with it failed, I have this hedge that I know. Which is why I told the guys that came to me. In fact, the guy that bought he doesn't even pick my calls again. He's gone, he doesn't. Even if you remind him, that's why I put it there. He said there is Mr. B you wrote, nobody knows that it is me. And that is the kind of thing you can set up for yourself. And it doesn't cost much. To be honest with you, even if he had lost that 800,000 naira at that time, is it earth-shattering? They gave him 2.5 million, Abi. He used 800. Let's even say everything went zero. He still had like 1 point something. It's not earth-shattering. But look at what 800,000 naira, 800k naira has done to a man's life and his family and his generation if he manages it well. And Bitcoin, they're saying, is still going to get to 100,000. It's not like they said it's still at a discount. So I'm telling you now, study the technology. What I was going to show you, even if you look at, let's say even this time last year, let's say a year ago, look at what Bitcoin was a year ago, just 1 year ago, it was 33,000. Just a year, this program last year, today is 67, that's double. Now made in dollar terms, not in naira terms. So calculate what you have made in naira terms, even if you have just bought 0.1. And if you want to change your financial future, the future of money in terms of assets and store of value, you can, if you're young. I'm not saying yes, for people that are probably over 50, but if you're, still young, you have a lot of life ahead of you. As you're making money, you're working, you're trading, even some money you make from, trading. Just be certain that if it's Solana, if it's ordinary Solana you're buying, just be buying consistently. 50,000 every month. You will wake up in 5 years' time. You will look at yourself and you will not believe it. Thank you very much. Power. Somebody say power. Power.
By the deep. Don't go and fall into deep shit. I hope this has been impactful though, while learning. So from your forex profit, take out some and buy Bitcoin or Solana. So at this point, we have the 30 minutes break. Okay, so we'll leave the break and then we'll go for market structure by Olajiri Ofsibe. Round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Sorry, please. Now, this is the mix, right? This session is actually not for beginners. That was why you actually wrote the text, right? And I know that virtually everybody here has been trained. But one of the things I want to tell you is that, and I chose to speak about market structure. I wanted to speak about smart money concept, but I will speak about it, but I will probably speak about it in the course of just doing the total analysis. Because of time, trading is very deep, right? And I can talk. So if I start, we will not leave here. And I don't want to overload you with knowledge, all right? So we'll take things very easy. But my aim of trying to have this session with you, and I think if you check in your bag, you see some jotter, branded. You can take it out. You have pen there, and I really need you to take some very important point here. And what I want to do, all of you hear market structure, all right? But I really want to delineate market structure for you, right? So that just looking at the market, you will know when market, so you hear things like, oh, market structure, and then you hear things like, oh, change in market structure, right? And all of you just see, and you just go to the chart, you see something like this, right? You don't even know when the structure has changed, all right? And you are confused. But I want to tell you that if you pay attention to what I'm about to discuss with you right now, I'm just going to tell you about market structure and how you can, you can actually delineate, when the market has actually changed structure. It doesn't, and let me also warn you guys, there is no certainty in trading. I still lose money. Don't be confused. But the only difference is that I minimize my losses. By doing what? Controlling my lot size, putting stop loss, and even before entering a trade, I already made up my mind. And that is why it is very easy for me to just do my setup and I just go over my normal day. Do you understand? Sometimes I will tell you, just wait, and it's only the next morning I will come and show you, have you seen it? Because I understand. So I would rather let the market leave me and go, because I've learned so much from FOMO. I am a victim. I've been a victim of FOMO for so long. So now, if you are not a patient person, markets will teach you. After, except at some point, you just say, I'm not going to do this again. So many people are coming to Forex and say they're not going to do it again. But you know, the truth of the matter is that go and ask everybody that is making a trading today. At least 95% of them have gone through this process, whether you like it or not. So what you are going through right now is just a phase, all right? But the more you continue to, subject yourself to this kind of training, and let me also tell you, this is just the classroom work. Everything I understand about trading today, or let me say, 60% of what I understand about trading today is there are things that I discover on the chart by myself. I just studying patterns. So you have to just dedicate at least 1 hour of your time, or maybe 30 minutes in the morning, or 2 hours, 30 minutes in the morning. Then when the market, I like to look at the market at 10 o'clock when gold has closed. Because when the market is moving and trying to do analysis, right? Something will tell you, it's going, you want to join. And I like to do a lot of you will see that I do a lot of analysis on weekends. And I'll just show you this is where the market, because it's easier to analyze the market when nothing is happening in the market. So it helps you see clearly. On weekend, I showed you where GU was going, right? Did it happen? I showed you where EU was going. Did it happen? Do you understand? Why? Because at that time, there is no emotion, there is no movement in the market. You understand what I'm saying? But even if the market is moving, let the market continue to move. You finish your analysis. Whether you like it, see, there are only 2 things that can happen in the market. It's either the market is buying, so 3 things. It's either the market is buying or the market is selling. What's the third one? It's moving in a range. It's that simple. Right? Once you understand that, right? So in the market structure, we're going to talk about the 3 kind of structure that you have generally, right? Don't worry, we'll continue. I can freestyle, right? So we're going to talk about the three structures that we have in the market, which is the market moving. So I'm going to jump a lot of slides, since I'm already talking about it. And let's interact, all right? So we have 3 types of movement. It's either the market is moving what? We can chorus it now, we should know it. Upward, it's moving downward, or it's moving, it's ranging, right? Fantastic. So the question is, how do you then know when the market is, uptrending, or when the market is in a downtrend and when the market is in a range. But be careful, all right? Sheyi was talking about time, right? Everything about this life is about time, right? And I also picked something from him today, you know. And when he said, oh, it's about money and it's about time and, you know, and knowledge, money is going to be involved, isn't it? That is why when you want to buy crypto, right, or buy any, you know, or even when you want to trade forex, never ever trade with money that you have borrowed. Never ever trade with your life savings. Trade with what you know you can afford to lose. For instance, if you can give somebody 20,000 naira without looking back, put that, give yourself that 20,000 naira, and put it in trading and use it to learn. There is no difference between somebody who is using $1 million to trade and making $1 million to trade and making 100,000 in a trade, and you that you are using $100 to trade and you are making $10. If you are consistently making your $10 and the other guy is consistently making his $100,000, he's not better than you. You only had more capital than you. So when you are learning, learn with small money and be consistent with it. I always say something. It is not about how much you make, but how consistently you make it. I would rather make $100 per day consistently, and at the end of the month, I have $2,000. Than make $500 today, lose $300 tomorrow, get $700 next tomorrow, lose $1,000 to the other day, and at the end of the month, I have a net of -2 or a net of +10. It's a bloody waste of your time. All right? And please, when there is no trade, right, it's part of trade. If you don't see a clear setup in the market, right, do not trade. So to make this fast, let me just quickly say this, guys. Sorry, I like to freestyle, right? So we all agree that the markets move in. So you have an uptrend, you have a pullback, right? Then the break structure, right? It pulls back again, the break structure, right? So at this point, right, that is where you have the break of structure, all right? Are you with me? Now, guys, can I tell you that this is theory? This is what the people that move the market, you know, this is what they teach us, right? You know, they just show us one straight line, another one straight, but that is not the reality in the market. The reality in the market, and which is where a lot of you get confused, is market actually moves like this, it does this, sometimes do this, then do this, and then you do this. This is the reality in the market. How many of you understand what I'm talking about? Right? Now, what this is doing here, or what this one is doing here, right? You see, this is the last low. This thing that you see here is the same thing as this. But this is the lie they are telling us in theory. This is a lie. You agree with me? Huh? Even in the lie that is true. But they decided not to show you this one. Abi? So that you are confused. Because what they will then do is that they will go up, they will come and make you feel, and they will start going up, and then you will not join the trade, and all of a sudden you see it come down, right? For you as a trader, your business is for as long as this last low. How many of you always see my charts? I always track something like this, isn't it? And for me, for as long as I haven't seen a closure below the lowest low, right? Before the, you know, the lower low, right? I would not assume that there is a change of structure. For as long as this low is constant, I mean, it's safe, and you are not seeing price. In fact, sometimes you will see it like this, right? Sometimes it happens like this. It goes up, then you see a spike. For as long as it is not a bodily close, please learn this. There is no change of structure yet. What you see here is that some people have seen this place and they are seeing price going up, and there is an early buy. What the guy in the market, the big boys will do, is that they know that a lot of people will be putting their stop losses right here. And trust me, you don't have any business in the market if there is no liquidity. Do you agree with me? And what's liquidity? Stop loss. I mean, money. Liquidity is simply money. And what is the money in the market? Stop losses. Either above or below. So the question is, how do you know where exactly, right, not to? So what I do most of the time is I put my entry where the stop losses are. That's what I do. Where I know, because once you are seeing it and it's too obvious, then it is not real. Hello? If you know where all the masses will put their stop loss, that should be your entry. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I hope you are learning something today. I put my entry where the masses will put their stop loss. Because I know. And the easiest way to know, I mean, that's where the smart money concept comes in, but I'm not going to talk about that now. Right? Okay, let me just give you a typical example. Very typical example. How many of you have seen my chart like this, right? I will do something like this, and I will mark the middle, and I will call it consequent encroachment, right? You see this a lot. If I see an order block here, for instance, right? A lot of people just jump on every other block. If I see a fair value gap that has not been mitigated, below this other block, this will be my entry. Because I know that's where a lot of people will be putting their stop loss. That's just a simple secret. All right? So that's an uptrend. Let's go to a downtrend. In a downtrend, it's like this, right? Market will be like it's almost similar, right? So this, in a downtrend, you are looking for the break of previous low. It's like the opposite of what I just, let me just give you another whatever. It's like you see markets going down, breaking structure, pulling back, and all that. Now, you see the previous low, for as long as we keep making new low, and as long as this high is protected, you always see me put previous high here, right? For as long as this high is protected, we are still in a downtrend, right? Overall, because this might be a weekly high or daily high, but you see, there is so much noise in lower time frame. Do you understand what I'm saying? So much noise. And the reason is, that's why you see a lot of, you can see one, if you are 15 minutes, you see one candle that will be so long. But go to a higher time frame, you see that thing that looks so long. It's not moving, a needle, right? That is why keep your eye on the higher time frame. So all I'm just trying to say, so just like the other one, unless, right, you see this high, this is high, this is high, right? Unless you see a closure, right? Are you following me? Above the previous high that was created. But this high is only valid if it breaks structure. Do you guys understand what I mean? If this high, let's say for instance, you see a high, you see a low, right? You see a low, and you now see a break. Some of you jump and you call this one change of character. You are wrong. Do you know why? Because this high that created this low here did not take out the previous low. So for this high to be valid, it must take out the previous low. Once you have this understanding, you will not jump at every church or chalk or whatever you call it. CHOCH, change of character. Change of character simply means there is an indication that the market is about to change direction. That's the first step in the break of structure. The re-break of structure happens when the higher time frame, high has been taken out. But you can get that indication in lower time frame. Now, I've said two things. Currently, I said a high is only valid if it does what?
A high is only valid if it breaks structure.
Yeah, if it takes
If
out,
it takes out the
there is a
previous
difference between break of structure and previous low, right? Right? A lot of you don't know that. The re-break of structure happens when the high that started the overall high, that the overall low. Let me show you very clearly. So this is what you see, and this is what you guys need to know. Okay, so a number of times you say, oh, you are confused about what the market is doing. This is me trying to make sure you're not confused, right? We are talking about, so we have a lot of slides to skip here. So you see price coming down, and you see this, and you see this, and you see this, right? Now, can you see what I'm saying? A lot of you will say this is a change of character. No, it is not a change of character, right? And then you probably then see this, and then you now see this. Now, you know what would have happened? A lot of you would have seen this as your entry, a pullback for the continuation, isn't it? Is this still making sense to you now? Huh? A lot of you would have seen this as the pullback, without taking cognizance of the fact that this is the low. So, as long as I am concerned, we are still in a downtrend, and this is not a valid church. It's making sense to you now. You must see the last low that was created in the course of that downtrend must be taken out. I don't know. Before you now see, so let's say you now see something like this, then this high is now valid. This is not a valid low. Why? This one is a valid low, right? Because the low that started this high actually took out the high. Then this is a change. Is trend making sense to you now? Is it making sense to you? This is how you identify break of structure. We'll look at, like, I want to even talk about the theory so that I can show you live charts to see, and we can do some playbacks for you to see what I'm talking about. So you now see that. So a number of you will get confused. So you don't jump at every touch, every change of character, or every break of structure that you see. There are certain things you must see. And please, I beg you in the name of God, if you don't see those things, don't trade in the direction. If you are confused, leave it. Look for a trade that is showing you the exact thing that you need to see. Otherwise, you will see, I mean, we took GBP card, right? We took like a very interesting gold during the week that gave us about 250 pips, right? But do you know how long it took for me to be able to get to that trade? It took a long time because I was waiting. It doesn't, guys, don't get it wrong. It doesn't mean that you are wrong. It all depends on what time frame you are trading, what you are seeing in that time frame, and your own style of trading. So for me, I combine being a swing trader with being a daily trader. Do you understand? So if I see opportunities to make 150 pips and I look at 4-hour time, I like 4-hour time frame a lot because it brings together, you know, or especially if I see the 4-hour in the direction of the monthly or weekly, and I see all the things I want to see, then I go, you'll see all of those things. So guys, what I'm just trying to do is that once you have this knowledge, then you now combine it you combine it with your patience. That's what that. Now, I saw a lot of signals, and people are saying, oh, they want to sell, they want to buy EU. If you check my chart, I showed you one orange area, and I call it volume gap, right? I cannot see a volume gap that has been created, and price is moving very close to the volume gap, and I'm buying before the mitigation of the volume gap. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Especially when price is getting close to a very critical key level. Price is just, let's say, 150 or 200 pips away from a volume gap, and you are taking the buy. You can take a buy trade. It all depends. Don't get me wrong, though. You will still take 25, 50, 100 pips in a buy, but you must know what you are doing. You must know that in your mind you are only counter trading. I showed you a counter trade yesterday on gold, and I told you it was a counter trade, and I showed you where gold was going to go to eventually. I mean, but I still took it counter trade, right? And I warned that if you don't know how to take counter trade, don't trade it. I took it, I made money, I left the market at 2738, right? Because the overall, see, when I'm counter trading, I don't look forward to making so much pips. I just make, so if I'm trading the direction of the market, I can look forward to 300, 400. But when I'm counter trading, I only look for 70, 80, max 100, right? And I just take it because I know that I'm trading against the markets. Because anything can just happen. There is order flow, there is order block, lower time frame can be, news can just come in and they are really very noisy. So in order to avoid the noise in the market, that's why I don't care whether the news is in favor. Please don't say the news are very important. But the news only play in the lower time frame. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That's why if I know that a pair is going high because on a higher time frame, I see the overall structure, I will avoid news. I see some people, they will say, please stop gambling. Some people have told me, somebody has a strategy. You will go and do a sell before the news and put a pending order and do another one for a buy. Why do you want to do all those kind of things? When I'm buying and I've seen the overall direction is buy, I stick to it. Rather than do that news trading, I will look at that. How many of you know that no matter how bad news is just the tool that smart money use as excuses to do what they want, to manipulate the market? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. They use it as an excuse to manipulate the market. Because that's why you see, and that's why most of the time you see a lot of ranging. They are just waiting, gradually, for the news to come out. Yesterday, Thursday was unemployment change, right? Claim. I knew instead of trading the news, I would look for a key level in the direction of the market. So if I know this market is overall sell, right? I will look for a key level, maybe on a daily, on a weekly, depending on the intensity of the news. On NFP days, I don't look at any other time frame other than weekly. Because NFP, you can do 600 pips, but market will still go where he wants to go. So rather than trade in the noise, I will go and wait either at the support, because technical will still take the overall, win. I don't know if you understand. All you just need to know is how to play safe. So I use news as a means of getting my pending order or getting my trade triggered, rather than trade inside the news. You have to allow the market. When the market, how many of you notice that after like 2 hours, sometimes 1 hour max or 3 hours, the market will settle and start going where it's supposed to go? My advice for you is don't be trading. See, I've done it. It's gambling. I see some things online. They will say, now the market is about in 1:30. We are going to see this news. Oh yeah, it's either he does this or he does that, and they will go in one direction and they think that the news is going to go into, because you don't know what the news is going to be. I don't know what I'm saying. So please, I believe I'm talking to people that have been trading for at least 2 years or 1.5 years or 1 year, right? Because you can relate all of these things I'm telling you. Why do you want to trade the news? Why do you want to make it quick? See, market can give you, and you know the funniest thing, if you have your pending order at high level, key level, at a high time frame key level, even while you are sleeping, market will touch it, bam! And in 15 minutes, I've made 700 pips in less than 30 minutes before. Just because my pending order is on the higher time frame key level. And one thing, go and check. I can prove it to you on the chart. We will look for days where there are news. I will do an analysis. I will play back. You will see that at least weekly. I'm always afraid of, personally, I'm always afraid of daily time frame during NFP, for instance, because NFP is a very crazy one. That is the biggest. In fact, some people only trade on NFP days. They don't trade, they only trade NFPs. Do you understand? And especially when you see price moving towards the direction of your, higher time frame, if the on NFP, do you know what happened? The closest, so if it's supposed to be a sell, price will take both sides of the liquidity. You first of all tap on the buy and the support, and then go and tap. He wants to sell though. You guys are laughing. Yeah. You can see that trading is very interesting. See, by the time you begin to tell the story in the market, based on what you are seeing on the chart, that is where you are a trader. Hello? I can tell the story. Market knows he wants to sell. The overall direction is sell. Right? But there is a support that is about. Have you not seen gold 400 pips within a minute before? In fact, in seconds. In fact, while you are still trying to put your stop loss, I'm happy people who can. I'm happy that I'm talking to people who can relate with us. So the moment you begin to tell the story of what is going on the chart, and you can say this is what is happening, this is the support, okay. See, let me tell you something. When market wants to buy, it must take the two sides of the liquidity. When it wants to sell, it must take. Let me show you also. Let me just explain to you what I want you to picture it so that it will make sense to you. And I see people who will go back after this class and come and start showing you profit. Right? So, see this, right? This is, let's say, one weekly POI, right? And this is weekly, this is typically supply. Let's say, I don't want to use smart money concept, but let's say this is a bearish order block, for instance, right? And then you have a weekly support, right? Right? Which is like a bullish order block. And then price has been going towards this, right? Area and has come to this area, but it has not taken out this one. But you look at this place, do you understand what I'm saying? You look at this place, you see like a fair value gap, bearish, bullish mitigation block, and all of those things. But you know that price this is where price is eventually going to. You know what price will do? Price is already giving you bullish signal here. During NFP, what will you see? Especially, I like consequent improvement. Go and check. Price will just come here, boom, boom. And then it wants to sell because this is a supply zone. This is where price is eventually going to. What has happened? There is liquidity sitting here. Price has taken it. But it needs to go and mitigate the supply zone because there is NFP. You will just see where you are still trying to play, because this is all these things, they are inducement, because this is where price is actually eventually going to. And there is a surplus that is very close to where price is. Price just go here, take out this liquidity, then mitigate the supply zone, and then still come here, then you now start seeing bearish pattern, bullish pattern, back into. This is what happens in the market. Is this making sense to you? Is it making sense to you? Once you understand this thing, so for me as a trader, if I know this is what I will then do, let me draw this. Sorry, I like to write a lot. For this money. Right? So this is what I will then do. Right? I know two things can happen. Price can go straight to mitigate the supply zone. So if I have my pending order here, of course, I will make sure that my stop loss is not more than 50 pips, depending on the account size or something, because it can go above, it can spike it, can continue to go. You understand? But you already know that this item is almost on, it is 90, no, 80%, let's not say, because nothing is certain. If you are in the market because you want, like Conti said, you must always make money. Trading is not for you. You better make up your mind now, because you must know, market does not know you are, it doesn't, who are you? But you can understand the people that move the market, you can understand there's something called the footprint of institutional, traders in the market. You can know that is something you will come to the chart, you know that these boys are hiding somewhere here. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I'm going to show you chart because this is more like a practical session where so I prefer what I'm doing now. So what I will do, right, what you will see is that price will probably, so I have a pending order here. I will never have my pending buy order here, right? Because I don't know how far this supply will go. Because especially when market has been on the uptrend. I said something to you yesterday. I said, the more the market has been downtrending or uptrending, let's say market has been, for instance, you have been selling for so long, right? Why do you want to continue to sell? Why do you want to join a sell trade? What I'm just trying to say is that the more the market continues to sell, if a player has been selling consistently for more than 2 weeks, and you are still joining the sell, especially when you started to see something like this. Let me show you. Let's see something like this. This momentum of the downward trend is slowing down. You must not wait. The best thing is look below. You will see an institutional reference point. I can almost, let me not use the word guarantee, but the probability is very high that I will remind you next week, go and look at the volume that I showed you on issue. It's likely that price will reverse from there. But another thing we don't do is that when we see price get to a POI, it's not the time for us to jump. We just quickly drop down to lower time frame. So if you were on the daily or on the 4 hour, you do drop down to a lower time frame, maybe 15 minutes, and wait to see. For instance, I keep saying this, right? So if you say buy, you look for, if it was selling, you look for, let's say this is the break of structure. If you don't see this pattern, right, after this break of structure, taking out the previous, please do not buy, do not follow the, do not join. If you look here, you will see that when this happened, another block has been created here, right? And then either you can also see a fair value gap or any of the institutional reference point like integration block and all of that. I'm not talking about those things. When you see this happen, this is an indication, this is a change of character. Then somewhere around there, then your stop loss will just be here. If you do this, you have not done anything wrong. If you lose this trade, please be happy with yourself. You know why? Because you have not done anything wrong. Because trading is not certainty. We trade high probability. All right? And I always tell you people that everything you want to see. I know you hardly see me put indicator, EMA. I used to do that. But this market is all about, I will say. Okay. So this market is all about the basis. See, do you know that with just your understanding of support and resistance alone, you can make money? Then combine it with trend line. Don't even know anything about, institutional reference line. If you know what to look out for. I'm even saying you don't even know anything about change of character. If you know that, price, you buy at support, you sell at resistance. And resistance, support and resistance can be diagonal. It can be horizontal and vertical. It can be horizontal or diagonal. Either it's trending down or so. If you combine support and resistance alone, you can make money. Do you understand? But you improve your quality of trade with additional knowledge, like understanding, of course, with your support and resistance, you must also understand market structure, and which is what I'm trying to explain. The last thing I'm going to talk about before I go to my slide is the sideways movement, which is price just, a lot of people will say buy at support, sell at, buy at support, sell at, I will not advise, for me, my own strategies, I don't do that. Instead, I wait for a bodily close above the range, and I prove that to you. When gold was, I don't go so much that I can tell you what happened on gold in 2020. Yes. Is that, who knows the last breakout of gold? The one that led to this, at what point? 2, 5, 3. Check the charts. 2, 5 what? 32. And I showed you guys then. I said the moment you see that closure above, I said stay away from what? Sell. What happened? Since that time, immediately that thing happened, gold has done, as we speak today, 2,570 pips within a month. After that breakout, after we saw, you remember that thing now? The first thing we saw was a bullish flag, and on top of that bullish flag, you saw a resistance, and this resistance, the highest point was 2. Go and check your charts. 2532. The moment we saw a close above 253, what happened? Close started going. Trust me, guys. Be careful, bro. The next, who knows the next psychological level? Who knows the next? No. Who knows? You should know. 3,000. Thank you. This my God is going next. As a matter of fact, go and write it down. 2,825 is on the table. So all the said that we are doing now, we are counter trading. I'm not sure gold is going to rest at 3,000. I am not sure. Because I see very clearly. And that's what you do by, understanding how to use Fibonacci extension, not retracement. Because when gold begins to break previous highs, you don't know how far it will go. The only way you can know, Christy has taught, have you taught that in this session before? He has taught us, that Fib extension, how to use Fibonacci. There is a golden level, which is at 1.618, right? That's the golden ratio. How many of you remember when I said, watch out for 2740? That was when we did our 252. I used Fibonacci extension. It's that simple. Knowledge will stand you out. But knowledge in trading does not mean overconfidence. When you have knowledge in trading, balance it with humility. Hello? Does that make sense? Because you cannot be confident about the market you don't own. But you can have an idea. So what do? It was exactly, am I right? Exactly the only thing I used. You see, that 2740 was a golden level. And traders use Fibonacci extension to exit trade, to take profits. And they use retracements, right? To do what? To continue in the direction of the market. So you must know the difference. So there is Fibonacci extension, there is Fibonacci retracement. But whenever you don't see any liquidity that price is aiming at getting, use Fibonacci extension. You must know the difference between it. Is it making sense to you now? When there is nothing on the roof, it means that it can go as far. That was why Bitcoin moved from. When Bitcoin was 10,000, I knew it was going to get to 50,000. Why do you think I know? Because I saw the way it was going. Okay, so in 2017, sorry, I know all these things. I play with chat a lot. That's why it's kind of easy. In 2018, that was the first time we saw Bitcoin at about $13,000. Yes, around July, between June, July, Shiseibu, right? I remember very well. That was the peak, right? After the 2017, 20,000, it crashed as low as. In fact, I met him when Bitcoin was sub 2005. That was the day during that lecture at Ikoya. Shola is, please a round of applause for Shola. Shola used to be a senior management staff in SMB as well. Thank you for honoring, this session. So, he's a living, you met him then too. I still have some of those. I think I should show some of the pictures here at some point so that people will know what I'm talking about. Where we had digital transfer, we were all doing this. It was fun. Senior management of SMB there. And it was 2000, do you know that? I still talk to some of my colleagues at that level today, and they still look at this thing as a debate. I told them, the very first time I bought Bitcoin right? I had about 4 Bitcoin before it got to 67,000. When it was going to start, I saw an evening star. I mean, of you know what the evening star means. I saw that very strong rejection in 2021. Abi? After, yeah. I saw that strong rejection and I saw a bearish engulfing. It takes knowledge. See, Sheyi is a long time, he doesn't care. If Bitcoin is $200,000 today, Sheyi will still buy. And I follow his footsteps because I understand. And what he said is very simple. In the whole wide world, you only, among over 6 billion, 7 billion people, you only have 21 million units of Bitcoin available. What do you think is going to happen to Bitcoin? The price has no limits. Because at some point, we are still at 19 million units. At some point, the entire 21 million is going to be maxed out. That means you cannot get Bitcoin unless you have somebody who is willing to sell. Can I also tell you a secret? Before you sell your Bitcoin, go and look at what's the name of this guy that has what's his name again? Remind me of his name. This guy that has huge amounts. Michael, exactly. If you want to buy, when Bitcoin is 15,000, went all the way from 57,000 to 60,000, those guys did not sell. In fact,
it was having a margin call of $8 billion.
it's a very, guys, do you understand my plan? Sorry, I'm dying. See, this thing is, it says something. It said knowledge. The Bible says my people perish for lack of knowledge. See, before I sell every of my token, I don't even sell now. Right? I will go and look at the people that hold the largest share. They will not shake. They don't care whether Bitcoin falls from the current price to 5,000. They will still keep it because they have a long time view. All these things that you are seeing is just turbulence. People are trying to fight what is not fightable. They try, you see, that ETF thing, whatever, before it happened, a lot of back and forth, everybody, the people will not, see, things will happen. Let me also tell you something. One of the things, some of the retracements you are seeing right now is because of the halving that just took place. Go and check. Every time there is an halving, price will always. The next time after this halving, I already saw, as I'm talking to you right now, I've seen 85,000 and I've seen 126. Go and write today's date down. We'll discuss this next week. Right? When it was going to crash to about 50, I showed you on the chart. I said, you can buy more at this lower level. Wait, it got there. I showed back, I sent you, I said, you and, what's the name of this guy? Right? Bricks, right? I said, it's not, and it happened. You see, when you combine technical knowledge with understanding of exactly what is happening, you can only but blow. And you can, he said something, and I was just laughing. You can never fail. Am I making sense? And the beauty of it is, there is something I always tell people, sell the greed. That's for forex. Sell the greed. And what? Buy the fear. What does that mean? When you are trading gold, it's now at 3,000. Oh, you are still waiting. It's magical, no? You will get to 3,500. You are waiting. And then you woke up the next morning, gold is now at 2,300. Maybe you are now in a drawdown. What have you done? You have held on to your greed. But, you sell at 3,000 and you keep your money. You probably buy more Bitcoin, buy Solana, while gold was still going down. You are keeping, because they all have some correlation, right? Because some of them are indexed against, the US dollar, right? So you know that by the time the US dollar comes to those ones who do what, that's why you are seeing some kind of spike, you saw some kind of spike in stock because they are indexed, right? Right now, I remember in 2017, US 30 used to be around 30-something thousand. It went down to almost about 18. Now it's selling for over 40-something thousand, right? Why? Because for a very long time, what happened to the US index? It was going down. So if you understand some of this correlation, it's, you know, it helps you to wait. And for people that even have 9 to 5, it helps you to concentrate on your job. Because you have understanding. So all you just need to do is to do your setup, continue your normal day. Sometimes I just do my setup, if not because of the community that I used to have been engaging. The only reason why you see me on the chat is because I want to give you guys information. I do my setup in the morning. Sometimes I even forget I'm trading. Sometimes it's two things can happen. It's either the trade has hit stop loss by the time I get home in the night, or it has what? Hit my TP. The only thing I do is to set trigger for me to move my TP to break even. My stop loss rather, to break even. That's the only trigger. Because at every 40, 30, between 15 to 30, depending on the volatility, for a goal, I want to wait for like 50 pips or 45 pips so that I can move to break even, so that my trade can breathe, right? Apart from that, I mean, I don't know if any, the way I work, you will never even know that I trade. You came to my office, and you will never know that I trade, because I'm extremely very busy at work. Shola, you know, right? Shola, by the way, Shola used to be our trading manager, you know, before he moved, right? He's now doing his own thing, right? So, you know, so guys, you need to have this understanding. All these things I'm telling you, they are really more important than the act of trading itself. So let's move forward. So market structure, I will talk about the smart money concept briefly, but I will talk about it, you know, if I'm talking, I will just mention them. But when I'm doing the practical session after the break, Christy will come up, then I will do like a top-down analysis, then I will now mention all of those things, right? So I've said all of this, so let's not waste so much time. We've spoke about uptrend, downtrend, ranging market, so there's no point. Sorry, I think this thing is. Okay, so let me show you something. Right, good. I've been explaining this since, right? So you can see when the market starts to make series of higher lows and higher highs, it means that the market is what? Is uptrending, right? Now look at this other picture. That nigger there is the theory they taught us, right? But this is the reality in the market. All right? Let me go back a little. This is the theory, but this is what? Reality that stares at you. You can see what I did there, staring at you in the face. Because if you look at this chart and this chart, they are the same thing, isn't it? But when you read at textbooks, this is what you want, this is what you see. But nobody tells you that, right? Market will still, you know, look at this low. For as long as this low remains unviolated, they are still uptrending. For market will whine you now. All these things that you are seeing here is whining. This low is still valid. And this is now the new low. And for as this new higher low remains valid, right? We are still, and that's why you now see this. This diagram and this diagram, they are actually the same thing. Do you agree with me? But market does not move in a straight line. Make sense? Good. So it is important for traders to know that for as long as the previous low has not been violated or completely taken out by a bodily bearish candle close, we are still in an uptrend. You can see all those lows, right? Now, you can see this is now the violation. It's making sense to you right now? This is the actual, you see all this move that is looking like it's coming down here, right? Let me see if I can, sorry. So you see all this move that is moving like it's coming down here, they are all internal structures. Okay? Those are internal structural lows. But this is the external structural low. Until the external structural low is completely taken down, not by a spike or with a spike, but with a bodily close. Does that make sense to you now? Is this thing making sense? You know, I told you, I'm going to delineate it for you. Is it making sense now? So when you get to the market, you don't just, you know, before you press that button or before you push that button, know what you are looking out for and know the difference between the theory and the real life situation. All right? So an uptrend is only invalidated, when the low is taken out. I already explained that, so let me not spend so much time. So everything that I was trying to explain, is what I'm just trying to, the same thing goes to the downtrend, and then this is the reality of the downtrend. So this is theory, and this is what? This is the reality in the market. Makes sense? This is just the opposite of an uptrend. Making sense, guys? Right? Good. Right. So look at this, right? So it is important for traders to know that for as long as the previous high has not been violated, so the reverse. So this, you can see, is the reverse of the previous one, and you can see here that, this high that started this low, right, is still intact. You see everything that is happening here, they are called what? Internal structure low. Internal structure lows, yes. Internal structure highs, rather. Until this nigger here is completely taken out, right? That is when you know that there is a shift in market structure. So, those are some of the things I use in predicting Bitcoin for you. Right? And they always happen exactly as I predict, right? But it's not guaranteed. It doesn't happen all the time, right? I don't even remember when I said Bitcoin was going to spike 69,400 and die. Did it happen? Good. So, that's the combination of smart money concepts and market structure. Okay. So, just like I was trying to explain the other time, so we don't spend so much time, right? And then, so that's just opposite, right? So then you then have the ranging market. This is the theory, and this is the reality in the market, right? Now, look at this. You can see this is like a fake out. Sometimes a lot of traders can get deceived into this and start to buy, right? But see what happened. I was telling you something the other time about taking out the two sides of liquidity. So this took out the low high, took out the low, went back into the range. Market is still ranging. You have seen things like this before, right? Interesting. So all those jaka that you see, start to begin to understand how to delineate it, right? So breakout in a ranging market. So you can see what happened here, guys. You see what happened? I said market knew it was going to sell. But look at what it did. Took out the liquidity at the top, took out the liquidity at the bottom, still went back into the range, but still eventually did what he wanted to do. This is the reality of the market. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I use the word convincing close. Do you understand? This is like taking out liquidity of the market, and the same thing happens. You can see the same thing happens in an uptrend. Are these things making sense for you? So your job now is to now look at the chart and begin to mark where is the high, where is the low, what do I need to look out for, and this thing will try your patience, trust me. But the easiest way to help your patients to focus on the bigger picture, which is the higher time frame. Right? If you want to trade in lower time frame, if you are trading a weekly supply, that's more like you are looking to swing, right? You saw the way we swung, what trade was that? USD card. Yes. And it's still buying, isn't it? I'm out of the trade because I'm done. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just the way it's moving is too slow for my liking. Right? All the pips I will make in USD card for 1 month, I can make it in 2 days or 1 day in gold. So I just talk to my gold. You understand? What am I looking for? I'm looking for money now. But let me also tell you something, right? Gold usually do very deep retracement. But you know what? What will wind you and wind you, it will still not touch that previous low. Do you know that? It will wind you like it's going down. You see very strong, bearish. I will always tell you, somebody was showing me, I was telling somebody yesterday, I said, you don't have to be jumping at every trade that you see. Do you understand? Just know what you see, you need to have a checklist. Please, trader, it's very important. You need to have a checklist of the things you must see before you take a trade. I must see that the previous low has been violated. Do you understand? I must see that price is already giving me a bearish momentum or a bullish. You have to, I'm going to do that because I don't want to take time, but you need to decide for yourself. Set your rules and stick to those rules. If you, no, see, you can be taking a rule, you can be using a rule that has been paying you for a very long time, and maybe for one reason or the other, it failed you. It is not a reason for you to change your strategy. The only thing you need to know is that why did the strategy fail at that point in time? That is what you must learn. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Because nothing is guaranteed. Somebody getting something here.
Yes, sir.
Right? Somebody's getting something here.
Yes, sir.
So you have a trade, you have a strategy. You have used it 20 times. It has given you money 19 times. You now failed once. You now want to go and do somebody else's strategy. You will lose money. Do you understand? Just stick to your rule. And then the power of 0.01, guys, is huge. Imagine somebody trading with 0.01 and has been buying gold since from 2000, that's a month, and you only have $100 in your account, and you have been trading gold. You just tried, you saw that exit point that I showed you, and you tried to take it. And do you know by now you would have made 2,400 pips, meaning that you would have flipped your $100 to $340. 0.1. But do you know what will happen to you if you are using a lot size that is bigger than your account? You will see big losses. But when you are trading, you see $6, $5. That's it. Worst case, by the time you get to $10, I will still have $90. I mean, with $90, you can flip the account. Just learn from the mistake you made from the first one. But when you now have too many positions and all of them are going in the wrong direction, please don't do that. I open many positions. I don't know whether I should tell you what I do. If you see 10 positions, right? Let me show you what I do. What I do with my 10 positions very quickly. How I take those 10 positions. But I don't do that anymore anyways, right? Because I only do that. If you see me do that, it means I'm on holiday. And that's the yeah, right? And if I have to do that at all, it's going to be very, very minimal. So let's say, for instance, I want to show you something here. So when the market was going up, right, I already saw, you see this movement from here to this place, right? This one single movement here, can you see? Right? If you go to, let's say, a 15 minutes, you would have seen the change of character very quickly. Do you understand? So if I see that this has happened, right? I will go to lower time frame, maybe 5. If I go as low as 1 minute, I would have entered that trade. And then what would have happened? That 1 minute would have helped me to put my stop loss in a place whereby my loss would probably not be more than 7 pips or max 10 or 11 pips. Why? Because I would have seen this low very clearly, this particular low. Are you guys following me? This particular low, I would have seen it very clearly. So if I was on 1 minute, I would have seen change of character between here and here, and I would have just put my stop loss right here, not even here. Hello? Making sense, right? Why? So I have seen the bigger picture, but the lower time frame is now telling me. Now, if I was trading in this time frame and I was entering trade here, my stop loss would have been here. Are you getting my point? That's the difference, right? When you join the professional class, you learn time frame correlation. Let's not go deep. So, when you see a break of structure in 4 hours, if you go to 15 minutes, you can use 15 minutes to counter trade back to the next point where it will continue to sell. I do that a lot, but sometimes for me, counter trading is just it can be very stressful, right? And if you are counter trading, you will not help your patience level. You already know the market direction. Just keep looking for trade. I'm not discouraging you, but you have to be a professional. I buy and sell at the same time. Hello? My buy is the long term, like I did yesterday. I still have my position at 2757. You guys knew when I entered that trade. I left it, but I counter traded. I showed it on the group. That one was still running as a buy. As a sell. But the counter trading at around 2724 or 2727 was a counter trade, and I exited, and I still left my. So all I'm just trying to say, but please, as a baby trader, if you are just starting, please don't do those kind of things. It will mess with your emotion. Do you understand? What I will advise is, if you know that the market structure is bullish, just keep looking for buys. Don't counter trade. At least perfect the art of knowing. Otherwise, you start getting confused. Sometimes you have so many trades, you don't even know which one to close, which one not to close. And you are open, like Roti said. There is no open trading. No. Bible, that one is for the Bible. I'm sorry, I'm a Christian. And I'm a believer. But hope is not a strategy. All right? Once you are in a bad trade, quickly accept that this trade is wrong. Close it. And then take cold water, go and do something else. Let fresh air come to your head. And come back to the chart with a fresh mind. You just lost a trade, you are trying to analyze for. You will be analyzing with your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? You'll be analyzing with hope. I hope that price will get here, so you will mark what does not exist in the market. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. Right, so please, trading is very interesting. You need to make it a lifestyle. You get to a point, you realize that trading is just a lifestyle. You can't, see, the fact that trading does not mean you are always in the trade. Just playing around. You see, you know what gives you joy? You just don't worry about, try it. If you can try to analyze 3 trades without taking a single one and it goes in your direction, it increases your confidence. But you know what happens to you? And I know I should have made that. A lot of trades, see, most of those forex pairs that I shared, some of them, I think the only one I took 2. I took the GBP card and I took the USD card. All the other ones I didn't take. But I was just showing you. You need to get to that point that you are just having fun, analyzing charts, and you see, try it for a week. Your confidence level will start to increase. And then when you want to now start testing that confidence level, please take your lot size to the PRS. My advice for you when you are trading gold, if you normally trade other pairs with 0.1, right? Take gold to 0.02. Because gold can make you rich within a twinkle of an eye and can ruin your entire account if you are not careful. But I don't see why anybody in this room should be blowing accounts if you are doing properly. The reason why you enter more trades is, okay, I made a mistake. Okay, let me use this other one to compensate for this. Okay, maybe when it retraces, I will close this one. What if you continue to go in the wrong direction and you keep opening? The more you do that, the more you. I mean, before you know what's happening, you have. I wish maybe during break I will show you some of my trading, the bad trading habits. You can see me with like 40 different positions, and I will just sleep, and I will close my eyes, and I will check the balance. Everything's now 0. Sometimes you go some broker that are low, but normally they are not supposed to be really broker. They are supposed to take their money. But I've seen who goes way. Somebody mentioned the go way. Who go way? We will hold who goes way.
My tech mind is saying that a lot of these things you are explaining, and when I'm not a trader, but I see that even in crypto, people use trading bots. So is there a way that maybe AI trading bots, a lot of this information, they learn it, and somebody builds a bot that can make, because it's going to be very difficult for a human being to consistently, without putting the emotions, make this decision. So what's your opinion on, trading bots and,
Okay.
likes?
Thank you. So it happens, right? As a matter of fact, is also some of the things that it's a journey for me, right? Trust me, a time is going to come. I don't even want to be using that energy. I'm still in the process of testing the knowledge, knowing the different market conditions. But what you see with some of those bots, and the question I ask people is people who come to online and say, oh, I have this bot, it can make you 100. All of you that listen to all these things on YouTube, please be careful. Someone will come, I have made 250,000 in 1 month with $100. It's a lie. That guy is, that guy has to say something to help you join his broker. You will lose your money. You will go to the broker, collect his share. But even God himself is not a magician. God will not turn straight in the leopard. See, let's face reality. If you have not, I see somebody who says, oh, this person has not seen anything from his life before. Now he can see. I can see that this one is white. How did you know? Have you ever seen before? We lie against God. Do you know something? But God is a process. God is not a magician. God is even the master of process. Because God would like to take you through a process to build you for the assignment he has for you. Let me talk spiritually. If I did not lose 67,000, if I did not lose all those kind of money, if I did not do all those, how would I stand in front of you now and be teaching you? What do I have to tell you? Yoruba will say, sorry, please pardon me. Yoruba will say, you have not suffered. You are saying you are wise. Who is your teacher? So you don't give what you don't have. You must know that first and foremost. So God will take you through some experience. I'm coming to your question, right? God will take you through some experience to build you for the assignment he has. That's why you see, some armed robbers that have become pastors. They know that there's nothing in it. God needed them to go through that. The general overseer of Redeem used to go to Abalist house, but God still uses him, right? So all I'm just trying to say is that don't believe in all those lies. Life itself is like, say, oh, you born a baby yesterday and today he's driving a car. That's the same thing they are telling you. Take $100 and they build all those kind of mindsets. They want you to put more money. See, I don't want to mention names, but some of you know them. I'm sure a lot of you have gone to some of these people before and you have come to see the difference here. We just want you to understand how the market works. We want you to build a process, right? We want you to train yourself. So coming to your question, right, it's okay. You can, if you have a very good, you and I will need to work together on that, right? Yeah, it's even good. See, our combination is good. So we can build it, right? Everything that I've been talking about, right? You can actually, there are actually codes for them that you can actually build it works. However, you have to constantly be engaging and improving and make that bot itself to learn, like not like AI, to learn, to know, because see, there are different market conditions. Okay, let me give you a typical example. Sorry. Hello. How many of you know that gold was due for retracement long time ago? Gold was supposed to retrace, I can tell you, gold was supposed to retrace to 2038, right? Because that was the initial breakout. Gold was supposed to retrace to 2038, but gold refused. Do you know why? After 2038, a lot of things started happening, and gold loved war a lot. So the question is, how will the robot know that? If you have not built that intelligence in the robot, how will the robot know that, Israel is throwing bomb at? They just did another one yesterday, against Iran. I mean, it's Iran, right? In war, both strike. The reason is very simple, and this is the knowledge that Chidi was talking about. When you know that all these things are happening, see, this retracement that we are doing, right, is because I know that God will go and look for a support level. Please go and write down 2673 and 2643. Please write it down. We'll remind ourselves, right? It's a possible level that if gold should get to 2643, that is going to be the journey to 3,000. and I see 3,019 on the table. You guys are wondering how I'm taking this now. I play with chat a lot, right? Even sometimes in my sleep, I see there was a time I played with chat so much that sometimes in 2022 I was sleeping and I saw S&P 500 at an exact level. I woke up and I saw price. See, this is not. I'm not a liar. I'm telling you exactly what. I'm telling you that is. It happened. See, a lot of these things that people talk about, dream will not just happen. Something is already in your mind. And I saw price at that level, and I woke up, and I saw price at that level, and I entered. I did not even do analysis, and I made. I'm telling you, you can say it's God, but the point is that I've so much clustered my head with the charts that, even when I'm sleeping, I'm analyzing charts. There's no way you will not make money in that kind of market, but I still lose money, guys. Please. So, for that, it's very possible, but it's something that you need to constantly be engaging. You understand? I don't know how you can use AI to do that. Something, the market, because market condition, and Ronti said something very, very strong. She said, the strategy that you were using last year, you need to look at it again and tweak it. It doesn't mean that strategy is not working. But market condition, guys, be careful in the month of November. Aries and Kamala is going to affect the way gold and US index will move. Even Bitcoin. So, beyond just looking at the chart and see what you need to also pay attention. I always put it on the chart now. I said, pay attention. You must pay attention. And see, one thing that trading at Forex will do to you is widens and broadens your scope of things that you need to know. So, I love bots, right? Bots.
It's just the way people always make it seem like, oh.
It's not easy. When those bots are making losses, nobody will come out and tell you. So right now, I would rather look at the chart, put my ears to the ground, right? I can build a bot. I can test the bot. I can continue. Well, if that bot, see, any bot that will work must be able to at least have seen different market conditions for minimum of 5 to 10 years. Trust me. Not all these small boys that just know learn how to code and then they are coming with something and then the next thing they are throwing it at you and everybody is. If it's that easy, why can't we? Why are you selling?
Some top investment banks in the US, like we have.
Okay. I think
After
we should make this more. I like this interaction here.
After the COVID, so they built Robo AI, that's BOA, and I'm thinking Goldman Sachs or BOA. They are hedge funds. Why do you think hedge funds win in the market? They've invested a lot in machine learning and these technologies that is only built for them. They can just throw in $2 billion. They just need 0.5% in the market. They don't
care about what you're doing.
They already have the data. They've already built these things already. They have it personally to them. They don't share it to the public. That is their winning strategy.
Exactly.
That's their
Why share it? Why sell it?
Why sell it? In crypto, there was.
So you want so many people to compete with you in the market?
So that makes them.
I think that was the same thing that happened with, I think this lady, she's a bank manager, so she was giving this speech on Big Boss or something. So the court was to pause the program and they deleted the thing, something like that, on ChatGPT. Because it's a bot, so they trade this thing. So I think.
So for crypto, there are a lot of bots that many people have built, but they failed because it's still a new asset. Whether you like it or not, it's still a new. Crypto is global fundamentals. If you are not, the AI cannot read what is going to happen. Just like what happened yesterday, Iran, Israel responded, and we were having a good rally at 68,500. And immediately we went
It was 65 something
we
yesterday.
went back to
I did money from it.
65 distance.
So no bots that can predict.
No, no bots.
No.
No bots. No bots.
It's safe. See, my advice to you is that, just a minute, please. Sorry, you can move close to me. My advice to you is this, right? My advice to you is this. You see everything that she talked about, right? You are keeping asset for store or value. You can buy under any market condition because you have a long term view. Because I don't even know what borrowing means. Whatever goes up comes down. Whatever comes down. So it's only a matter of time, right? But because you are not looking at, what is happening. As a matter of fact, when you are keeping for store of value, a lot of people will be selling in fear. That is the time you should buy. That's buying the fear. Do you understand? You buy the fear. By the time they've all sold their own, they will now see Bitcoin at, let's say, 67 or 90,000. They will now say, and I used to have it when it was this. And that's why I just wanted to use step for Sheyi. In fact, Sheyi gave me a totally different perspective. Because I didn't even know what dollar cost average was all about until I met him. And then Kisney began to talk more about it. When do you understand? We started buying. We trade Bitcoin. If I want to sell, I sell to him. If I want to, you understand what I'm saying? If I need money, if I need Naira, and if you check all my account, my money is either in crypto or is in dollars. Yeah. The only money we spent for this event, we have to go and take it to make sure, because the Naira is just getting. Yeah. I don't want to use it useless because I don't know how viral this video will go.
No, but it's true.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You will be doing yourself, and let me even advise you. If you are scared of buying crypto or buying, if you earn 500,000 naira in a month, and all you need to survive is 150,000, the remaining 350, please go and buy dollar. I started buying dollar when dollar was 3 something. I'm telling you. I started buying dollar when dollar was 3 something. And I buy, in fact, the men they pay me my salary like this, I'm calling, in fact, there is one guy that knows when they pay, one man that knows when they pay salary in office. He said, Oga, make her come. Okay, maybe you don't do Gaba. He said, Oga, make her come. I will just keep whatever it is, that I know. The beauty of it is that I have a lot of my money in broker, in dollars. So if I fund my SNES account, for instance, now, the money will be there. I have a wallet. Instead of bringing it to Naira, by profit, I keep it in wallet. The day I need Naira, I will go and take it from there. There are so many ways that I've worked around. I don't even look for Mala. Today, it's Malas that are looking for me, somebody that wants to buy. And I said, at this point, I want to travel next year. I need my dollar to travel. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, guys, Obina.
Yeah, I just wanted to lend my voice to his question, because I've been in the bank. I'm actually in the IT industry now. We build applications. That bot thing, unless maybe if you're going to do it for FX, you're going to have certain time that bot should not trade. That's your fundamental analysis, those timing. It must not pick trades within those time. That's one.
Fantastic.
Two.
Fantastic.
The bot was also be able to still simulate.
Sorry guys, are we paying attention? If not of insight coming out of here.
Ability to also have different time frames. Because all these things he's saying now, these are the things manual that you're still going to try to train the bot. You look at something at weekly time frame, go to 4 hours, you go to daily, before you will still go to 1 hour or 30 minutes to say you want to pick the trade. The bot must be able to do all these things, compare all these things before it makes a decision. And if you must do it, I would suggest you start with something that doesn't look at fundamentals at all, like the synthetics. If you can write something on the synthetics, train it over time, then you can implement it.
Okay, one of the things, thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? By the way, Obina, we have a lot of FCME people here. I hope. Anyways, you know, he used to be in FCMB, and you know, I think he worked with me on the project, the Learning Solution project, and it was fantastic. So, what I want to say is that that's a very fantastic insight. And the only other thing is when you build a robot, you must build your robot to take the minimum, the least lot size. Do you understand? And what you just said now, if I didn't even think about it, let it not trade in anymore. I mean, in volatile market condition, or build it for synthetics. Synthetics, they move when they want to move, but they don't. They all these things that I'm talking about, they respect it a lot. Very, very. Once you understand this thing and you just leave forest market alone and you go to synthetic, you make so much money. Because all these things that I'm talking about, synthetic are not, is not subjected to one news in the US or one war. They just do their own thing. But when they want to move, Jesus, they move. Do you understand? But please, make sure you learn. Very important. So let's move a bit faster now, because I'm going to break here for a while. So that's the movement. Now, this is the market. If you look at this very well, you will know that this is actually I didn't put the here, but this is actually the gold chart. This is the break. You saw that bullish flag. You can see the break of structure. I can see the nigger is still going up. Do you understand? Right? Now, what I want to show you here, this is all those things are just diagram, right? But I'm just trying to show you something here. Look at what happened. Can you see this low here? This low, after this low here, after this break of structure, price came here. But this was the low that started this. But did you see price get there? The answer is no. And then what happened? Another break of structure. Can you see? Did you see price get to this one? No. So this means that this low is still valid, right? Because all those things that you are seeing is just diagram. This is the real market. Now, after this break of structure, you saw another break of structure. Now, this low, if you look at this, now this low was the lowest point. This was the lowest point, right? After this reversal, this was the lowest point that happened. Did you see price get there? The answer is no. Then what do you see? You saw another break of structure. And can you see? This is the lowest low. Are you guys following me? I'm still going to show you something here, but that will be the next slide. Can you see another break of structure? So all these things that I'm drawing here, I'm just showing you this is a light chart, right? Just for you to see how, you see all those spikes. Look at this spike. If you look at this spike very, very well, you will know that it did not really get to this previous low. And then what happened? We saw a bullish peak and then an engulfing candle. This is now you combining, right? The chart pattern. Because when you see an engulfing, a bullish engulfing pattern, what does that price want to go up? And it's happening around, you see, these things are really very simple. But your ability to wait, I will still tell you something on the other side, right? Your ability to wait for you to see that. So for me, for instance, now, I will not trade until, as a matter of fact, when I see this bullish peak, if I enter a trade immediately at the close of this candle, this is where my stop loss will be at this last. Are you following what I'm saying? So, but the point is, I'm entering this trade. I already know that a bullish engulfing candle. I saw a bullish peak followed by a bullish engulfing pattern. This thing is very simple, isn't it? It's as simple, but it may not be as simple if you don't pay attention. I will take this trade with my eyes closed because I already know that my stop loss has to be below the lowest low. Why am I regarding this? I'm regarding this because if you go to a lower time frame, you see how long this thing that looks small here will be. Because I would not have entered this trade here anyway. I would have gone to a lower time frame. You see this long candle, maybe it's a daily candle. I think it's a daily candle, right? If I had gone to 15 minutes, I would have seen that, I would have caught that pattern in. Do you understand? That is the beauty. And I would probably not have put my stop loss here. I'll probably put my stop loss here because I would have seen the movement from the middle of that big candle. Is this making sense to you guys? I'm trying to delineate it for you so that you can understand why all these things work. And please, let me tell you something. Never ever enter a trade on a moving candle. Just wait for the candle to close. That's what we don't do. Just wait. If you are trading on the 4 hour, wait for that 4 hour candle to close first. I showed you this on the group, guys. Just wait. You see, wait. If you know I like to wait for 4 hour candle anyways. Right? Because it gives me more data. I always say something. The more data you have, the more ability for you to make more informed and almost precise decisions. You understand what I'm saying? I will give you a clear example. Nigerian population is, nobody even know how much, we are, but at least, let's just say we are over 220 million, right? So you now want to decide, you have an hypothesis about Nigeria, and you want to make a conclusion that all Nigerians are thieves. So you now went to Niger Delta, you picked 25 people, right, that have the same characteristics. You came to Lagos, you picked one person. You went to Osun, you picked 2 people. You went to the north, you picked maybe 5 people. And you now conclude. What is the sample size that you have taken? Compare. Considering, sorry, I'm a statistician, so maybe that's why I'm talking like this. Considering the fact that, right, Nigeria has a lot of diversity and hundreds upon hundreds of languages, and so if I want to take a good sample size, I will try to make sure that at least in each of the ethnic group, I have sizable numbers, say 10. By the time I see the same kind of pattern in the behavior of the people, I can now make an informed conclusion, right, about Nigerians generally. But that does not mean that every Nigerian is like that. Do you understand me? But at least just tells you on the average, based on the sample size and the analysis you have carried out, to say, okay, this is the way Nigeria, and the reason is because you have tested every, different strata, and you see that, they are likely to have, so all those analyses that you see, they'll say, what about, say, 20 people die every second and all that. It's just, all of those, they are extrapolations, right? But the quality of your sample is what determines how reliable the hypothesis is. So that's why it's important. So the same thing in the downtrend, yeah? You see a break of structure here. Can you see that this high here was protected? This high here was protected, right? But I am not concerned about all this low. This nigger here is the external structure. You see all this low here, right? They are internal. Why? Because this was the lowest low before price got to this place. Are you following me? And until this low is taken out, which actually happened here. Can you see? This nigger, can you see the front one up? I think it's even this one, if you look very well. Are you seeing me? Are you seeing this? Because if you look very closely, this was actually, but at least this was the one that convincingly closed. And then what happened? See what I was drawing earlier? I said, you have to see the previous low taken out to confirm. This is the previous low taken out. This one. And then after that, what did you see? You saw a pullback. This low was the one that convinced me because it broke the previous, this is the lowest low before this high. What did I tell you about taking the two sides of liquidity? You will take the down, you will take the up, but you know it's going down. Guys, is this still making sense now? Forget about this drawing. This is like charts. The low was taken, took the high. This is a range. Making sense, guys? Huh? So what happened? This nigga knew it was going to go down. He already gave us an idea here, but you don't have confirmation. Right? The confirmation that this downtrend was going to continue is this 3 candle here. This particular one, I will go for this one. Because, as a matter of fact, I will go for this one after I saw this. Now, there is something called, how many of you have heard about relative equal low before? Anytime you see relative equal low, mean that this low and this low, they are relatively equal. This low here, are you following me? This low and this low. When I see relatively equal low, Ajoke, you've heard me say that a lot. When you see relatively equal low, it's not time to buy. Because relatively equal low gets taken out. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is relatively equal low. You saw this low, and you now saw that this candle here actually closed below the relative equal low. Then what happened? You saw that pullback, right? Right? You saw the pullback after a break. This is a low. Are you following me? And this is the pullback. This low here. Are you following me? I'm trying to relate the charts to what I draw here. This low here. Are you following me? Did not get to this eye. But this eye here was actually what created the break of structure. This eye, right? So it has not gotten taken out. It's still protected. Can you see? It's still protected. And then you saw another break of structure. So this one broke, and then this second break or this third break is the confirmation that the downtrend was going to continue. And that was what you saw here. You can see. After this break, what happened? Pulled back, and then broke again. Pull back. It did not take out the previous high. Pull back, broke again. It doesn't make sense to you. You must know what to look out for. That is the only thing you can do is for you to know what to look out for. And then it will help you to know when to wait and when to jump into trade. All right? Let's go to another interesting part. So, I just told you this. Look at, I will be making reference to this, right? A lot. Let's even go to the one that is. I'm trying to relate this theory to what you are seeing so that I can make. Is it okay? Is it a nice thing to do? Yeah. Right? So that it can make a lot of sense to you. Okay. So I want to look for the uptrend. Sorry. So that we can. Okay. Good. I told you, I said, this is theory, isn't it? Right? Because it's a straight line. But is this a straight line? Is this a straight line? Is this a straight line? No. All right? So what you saw here was you saw price went up, wind you a little, right? But you know it's still going to go up. But you see, this low here has not been taken out. Right? So for as long as this low that started this high has not been taken out, we are still uptrending. So let's come here. This was a low, this was a high. That was a break of structure. This was the lowest low that created this high. Are you following me? Right? That created this break of structure here. Right? Look at when price was pulling back. Did it take this out? The answer is no. Now, let me now go to something. What is valid pullback? And what is invalid pullback? So that takes me to a 3-candle rule, right? And the 3-candle rule simply says that for a pullback to be valid in an uptrend, there must be 3 bearish candles closing below each other. This is OTEHER, right? There must be what? This is, you must know this, oh. Now, let's look at this low here, and look at this break of structure. This is the highest point. Can you see? And then this is a bearish candle, isn't it? Right? This is another bearish candle, right? And this other. But in between, there is a bullish candle that closed blue. That's a bullish candle, right? But what matters to you is that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. After this top candle, what did you see? A bullish engulfing. Now, this is what marks this place a valid pullback. Why? Because we saw 3 bearish candles in an uptrend closing below. What do I mean by closing below? Let me just quickly express that. Guys, this is what you really need to make your decisions in the market, right? Let me quickly express that. Sorry. So when I say 3 candle low, right? This is what I mean. So let's say the black. Sorry, but I need to explain this very well for you to understand. Right? Let me just. So let's say the black, right? Sorry, we are in an uptrend. Sorry, so we are like this, right? You see, inside this one thing that looks like a straight line, right? There are bearish candles, right? Let me explain. There are bearish candles. So you have to see three bearish candles, right? Closing below each other before this pullback can be valid. Does that make sense? It doesn't also mean that in the course of that pullback, you will still not have in between bullish candle. But what matters is to the extent that you can count three. So you can see this was the last low of that one. So this low of this candle is lower than the low of this candle, and the low of this candle is lower than the low of this. Is it making sense to you?
Yes, sir.
If you don't see those three candles, it is not yet a valued pullback. It means that price can continue to go higher and higher until you now see a valid pullback. Or if you don't see a valid pullback, it means that price might consolidate and either continue to go up or continue to go down. So you want to know, you want to be sure that the bullishness is still continuing. And it's very, very important, guys, that you understand the three candle rules. Now look at this. It does also not mean that it cannot be up to 20 pullback, 20 candle. But what you just need is that minimum. 3 is the minimum. Are you getting my point? But what makes it an uptrend that is still continuing is the fact that no matter how much the candlestick is, how many bearish candle you have, right? You are still in a pullback for as long as the previous low is protected. Is that clear enough? Right? So, what I've just done here to show you what value pullback is, you can see this one. Now, I marked this place blue. Do we have up to 3? No. We only have 1 and 2. The next one, you see, then you see a break. Now, why did I put my break of structure here? It's because this is not a valid high. Because this is not a valid high. Because this high did not lead to a valid pullback. Look at this one. You saw this one. This is not a valid pullback. But look at this 1, 2. Then look at this 3. You have to open your eyes to see this last one here. This one did not close below this one, mind you. So this one, and this one. This 3 candle. This is the close of this bearish candle. This is the close, is lower than the previous, and this is the low of this is lower than this. That's why it's valid. Do you understand? You must see these things, they will not tell you in that theory. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is the 3 candle rule that you must understand. And then you can see, and then that's how you can see, the valid break of structure. Let's move fast now because I really want us to go for break. A lot of stories here. I think we should skip this because of time, but I'm just trying to show you, some of the steps you can. We'll try and give you a link to be able to see this, right? So you can see. I'm just trying to also show you what a valid pullback in a lifetime. Can you see? You see this candle was a bearish engulfing candle. Can you see? Can you see? So you see this one. Look at this. You have to pay attention. Look at this candle. Look at this candle. And look at this candle. Not this one. Because this one did not close below this one. Are you following what I'm saying? The body must close. Look at this again. This one is 1. This one is 2. Why am I counting this? I'm counting this and this because this one, the previous low. What happened? We broke structure high. Make sense? You must understand the gray is bearish. It can be any color. It's not about the color, it's just for you to understand the direction. You can tweak the setting yourself, right? So the same thing in an uptrend, I think I need to move fast now. It's the same thing. So it's the opposite. So I'll probably just want to move fast now because of time. And on this note, I would want to end here so we can go for break. And then, so before we go for break, I would like to answer 1 or 2 questions. I think 3 questions. I think we should just ask the 3 questions so that I can answer them in a row. If any questions, please. Or everything is on. Okay, Ronnie.
There is a question and answer session.
Okay, we should wait until. Okay, so please, note all your questions so that you can take. So on this note, we can go for break. Thank you very much, and God bless.
there on Instagram. Then they use Finspot, Finspot on go again, FINSPOT_FS. That's the handle for Finspot Academy, so you can just follow. So you can keep building the online presence, okay? Have we done that? Please, if you're not following Finspot on Instagram, please do not follow. Is everybody inside now? Please look at your partners and check if they are all inside. Says our inside. So we want to take a group picture. So please, you all should come to the front so we can take a group picture.
Please, can we move to the front?
With your face caps, please.
Please, can we move to the front?
With your face caps, please.
Yeah, my colleague.
So you have collected, right? I think that's one.
Let's go to the final and start. Your sister. Don't mind our just. I'm not interested in this.
You guys are not happy.
When I do my face, she said everything
Say cheese.
Sorry, please.
On the smiling face is for the ground.
I was missing this picture. You guys
Do you have a face cap with you? Don't see. I don't want face cap.
She's making everybody show you.
I don't want face caps here.
You guys should have face cap. Rotty. Give them face cap.
Sorry.
I don't want anybody to write.
Just carry your bag. Just carry your bag straight.
Nothing why you there. What's wrong with you? Where's your physical?
No, you have to come back. Check camera out. Let's bring it back.
You are talking to your teacher.
You can even come back more. Come back more.
You don't have respect for your editor.
But you need to cover everybody now.
And I say Finspot, say Academy. Finspot.
Academy.
Finspot.
Academy.
Finspot.
Academy.
So everybody's just going to say, welcome to, so the first thing, welcome to Finspot Academy. That's one, welcome to Finspot Academy. And see you in class. We echo that together. Is that right?
Yes. Is it video?
There's no video. The first one is welcome to Finspot Academy, and then the second one is see you in class. So let's start the first one. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to Finspot Academy. See you in class.
That was good. Welcome to Finspot Academy. See you in class. That kind of energy. You understand? So excited. Right? So, on 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to Finspot Academy. See you in class. Thank you. So I think we need to make it snappy now. So Christy is going to come. We have less than an hour to round up, right?
Settle down, settle down. We're moving on to the next agenda, which is fundamental of the crypto market and assets to look out for. Fundamentals of the crypto market and assets to look out for.
Alpha.
And I please let's welcome Kingsley Ehidiamen for just to give us a lecture on round of applause, please, for Kingsley.
Okay. This session will be quite interesting and I want everybody to follow. On the platform, I'm Crypto Senko.
Alpha.
You know,
You don't want
Crypto Senko and doing that of the fundamentals
Can we settle down?
activities that go around the crypto market. So, before looking at assets to buy or assets to look forward to, let me just give you, let me just run through what the cryptocurrency market the outlook for 2025 and what 2024 has been doing. You know, we just have November to December. Early this year, we had housing for Bitcoin and a lot of analysts was definitely when we have our price of Bitcoin, we see a correction and we see a good move or a flag in the market. But I will be talking about the macro environment and the cryptocurrency market. Okay. So as we all know that the crypto market is largely affected by the global economy. So we need to understand what has been playing around in the global economy. So, next slide. Before the pandemic in 2020, we had a financial crisis then in 2008 where the financial institutions institutions collapsed. The Thomas and Lehman Brothers had a collapse and again. But now, after 2020, 2024, most assets they are now back to, some of them are still below the pre-pandemic level, while some of the assets, just like Bitcoin, is slightly above the pandemic level at 3%. And if you look at it, again, next month is the elections for the US. And this year again, we had a couple of elections that happened, and this also affects the crypto market. Again, I need you guys to put something at the back of your mind. If we've been seeing policies like Kamala Harris, the proposed policies, and she's saying something like, I'm going to tax unrealized gain of about 40%. Do you know the meaning of unrealized gain? Unrealized gain is I'm making money, for instance, in the crypto market. Like for instance, I bought Bitcoin at so price, let's say 40,000. And Bitcoin touched 73,000, or currently trading at 73,000. And Kamala Harris is the president of the United States of America. Just an assumption. You know, I've made about 20 to 30% gain. Now, Kamala Harris is saying that you will be paying tax. You've not cashed out. You have not cashed out your Bitcoin. She's saying that you'll be paying tax on the Bitcoin that you've not realized, that you've not sold. You know, when you sell an asset, that is when you get the realized gain, right? But if you have not sold an asset, it's what? Unrealized. But she's already telling you that she's going to tax it. So what do you think of investors? Now, a lot of investors are on the sideline. So a lot of investors are on the sidelines, and they are steadily waiting for the elections to come up. Now, there's a popular betting forum that shows who's going to win the election. Polymarket. Polymarket, for according to reports, they might be tokenized. I mean, they might want to launch into the crypto space. A lot of liquidity will be coming. Now, looking at this chart. This is not just a map. It tells us what we should expect in the market. Again, what has been happening in the market? Inflation. Inflation has been going up. And when there is inflation, you know what the Fed will want to do. They want to increase interest rates. And we've been dealt with by the Fed chairman, Paul. And you can see the inflation rate of different countries. And the policy rate, currently the policy rate for that interest rate for US is at 5.5%. So we are expecting that we've had our first rate cut this previous month, where the Fed got down rate by 50% basis point. But again, interest rate is still reading at 5.2 to 5.5%. Okay, away from that, we'll move. So, it's 2024 inflection point for monetary policy rates. This is our projection. Currently, the rate is at 5.5%. And you know what happens when you reduce rates? The crypto market will go into positivity. More money is coming into the economy, into the market, and yeah, Bitcoin is doing well. Now, remember I'll get to that part. Now, in fundamental analysis, there is something that you need to put into perspective. I can never go wrong with. If you are tracking, even for gold, I'll even tell you why gold is bullish and why gold became bullish. Go back to 2022. I'm still a gold trader. I love gold. Go back to 2022, when Russia and Ukraine started their war. You saw how gold went parabolic. After Bitcoin did all-time high in 2021, November 69,000, gold started his own in 2022, and Bitcoin started crashing because gold is synonymous to, if if there is war, everybody wants to hedge their money against inflation, right? And you keep your money and gold started buying. And guess what happened? Gold market is currently worth $18 trillion. The CBN, central banks of the world, because the US have been funding wars, they were trying to keep their currency afloat, and you know the world used US dollar as world reserve currency. And you remember what happened to Japanese yen? What happened to Japanese yen that we saw that mark drop in the Japanese yen to the USD? The US government kept funding wars and weakened other currency, national currencies. And the central banks of these countries said, no, US, you are not going to kill our currency. You know what we're going to do? Most of these people, they invest in the US Treasury bonds. What did they do? They started selling off. The Japanese yen, the Japanese central bank started selling off their bonds and their treasury bills in the United States. That's never happened in the last 10 years. You can go check it. I think in the chat. The Japanese yen started selling their bonds. And what do you think happened? They were trying to protect their currency. And immediately, a lot of Wall Street guys lost money when that happened because they had margin positions open in the Japanese economy. And there was a rebound in the economy. You could check it. Japanese yen was skyrocketing before it again finally dropped because they kept on pushing and trying to protect their currency. Okay, we went from that. I said political, military, economic, and environmental. You need to understand these four things. If you understand these four things and you apply it to your technical analysis, man, I don't know, you will just be good in both fundamentals and technical in order for you to be able to navigate your way in this economic crisis. Just imagine if Kamala Harris wins. She is a trained socialist. We've seen Donald Trump, a pro-Bitcoin. This is somebody that hated Bitcoin before. And look at him today, loving Bitcoin, enjoying himself. He already even have, he has a token for his upcoming rally. And people, the pro-Bitcoin guys, are really happy and are really ready to sponsor him. So this kind of thing, if military de-escalates today, if there is no too much activities in like funding of wars, you see that the economy will be fresh and buoyant and everything will be looking nice. But right now, we're looking at turmoil. Yesterday, Israel started throwing missiles to Iran, and we saw what happened on the chat. You saw what happened. If that continues, you'll see gold continue to be good. And many central banks bought gold. Go and check it. In Europe, they kept buying gold. They did not buy dollar again. They didn't use dollar as their reserve currency by maybe buying crude oil or any other thing. They were buying gold. And the reserve of these central banks skyrocketed. They've never seen, even according to the report by BOA, they've never seen the way central banks have been buying gold and keeping in their reserve. And that is why we are not seeing that translating to the price of gold getting to an all-time high of 2,000. I still like 2,700 and something. I still see gold hitting 3,000 or even 3,500. That's the cap I'm putting gold at. 3,000 per ounce. Okay, 3,500 per ounce. I mean, let's move away from this. Now let's look at the cryptocurrency market. Because I could talk about the macro, I will not leave here. So, what's the outlook for the cryptocurrency market? So, despite the global economic turmoil, the market has waxed stronger, and we've seen good results that the crypto market did. In 2023, let me take you back. 2023, the market was down by 146%. You know the meaning of 146%? That means the market that was trading at all-time high of 2 points in 2021, the all-time high for the market cap was around $3 trillion. And in 2023, it was $798 billion. From $3 trillion to 798, to show you how volatile the market is. And looking at it, currently, the market, the total crypto market currently is at $2.1 trillion currently, right now, as we're speaking. Well, the top 10, the assets that perform, obviously, Bitcoin will be number one. Bitcoin has 1.3 trillion. The next to it is Ethereum, and Ethereum has 15 billion. And there's still room for Ethereum to perform, but a lot of things, a lot of protocol, I don't want to go into that, Vitalik is facing by the crypto community, but I know that Ethereum is going to do well. Again, watch out for, there's a fight between, a lot of things happen. Solana, BNB. Remember when Mr. Shola was, Mr. Okay, sorry, thanks. Thank you. He was talking about Solana. I remember I was telling some of my people, I said, go and buy Solana. Solana, I bought Solana at $10. Solana was $10. And I told them, go and buy Solana at $10. $10. It was trading at, it went as low as $8, peaked at $10. And look at Solana today. Solana touched 216 in March. 216 per coin in March. From $10 to 216 in March. I still expect, we have, I'm a Bitcoin marxist. You see, you hear Bitcoin marxist and all those things. We have Solana, there's a cult that they do. But Bitcoin marxists will never agree for anybody. That's why we see the market share, the dominance for Bitcoin is at 59 to 60%. Bitcoin touched all time. I will show you how Bitcoin has performed and has become not has become, and is always the best performing asset. We'll get to that side. Now, something happened to BNB. What happened to BNB? The owner of BNB had to step down because they said he was funding, he couldn't control his application. That's Caesar Binance, that's Japan Binance. He went to prison for 4 months. He was sentenced to 4 months in imprisonment. Something happened. BNB has been waxing stronger. Normally, what was supposed to happen was that BNB was supposed to crash immediately, but it didn't crash. So holding strong. Don't forget, this asset, BNB is the first altcoin for this year that touched, among the big guys, that touched an all-time high of $727. I'm not selling. My cap for BNB is 1,500 per one. 1,500 per one. But okay, if I want to be more like a bit moderate, let me just say $845 per coin. Again, don't forget this guy here, this big guy. Solana. Why did Solana go to $10? Solana went to $10 because there were a lot of things that happened. Again, I don't really like Solana infrastructure because when they are overloaded with transactions, the blockchain tends to go off. Bitcoin has never gone off. BNB has never gone off. Ethereum has never gone off. But Ethereum is expensive. But yes, these two guys, they saw the problem of Ethereum because of large fees, which Ethereum is trying to solve now. Because you won't buy, you are claiming the DEX, like me, that operate in the decentralized finance world, and I'm flipping, maybe doing some kind of transactions. I'm paying over $30 per chain, like for me to convert, and it's absurd. But these guys, they saw it and they took that opportunity. BNB, no matter what, no matter the volume of transaction BNB handles, it will never increase its fee above 40 cents. Solana too is good. I'm not disputing that. I'll show you, yes, they've done well in the main space where people buy meme coin, but I'm not going to, that's too volatile. That's the dengue kind of thing. So, but Solana touched $8. Why? Because some FTX, you remember the FTX bankruptcy saga where he stole people, customers' funds, and he's in prison right now. He's serving the jail time. His name is Sam Bankman-Fried. You can read him up. He was using a backdoor to siphon customers' money. And in crypto, it is a very liquid asset. Any exchange that you cannot withdraw your money, or any exchange that you can't, maybe I want to pull in, just like any exchange that is operating like a Nigerian fintech, just run away. Any crypto exchange, when I put my money in, I'll be waiting for the next people that will send money into that platform before I be able to withdraw. They will tell you 7 days. FTX was doing that. So the idiot, sorry, permit me to use that word. He was buying houses in Bahamas because I was following the court proceeding. He was buying houses in Dubai and all those things. Customers' money, not his own money. He was buying those things in Dubai. And what happened? We saw a crash. And he's one of the biggest holders of Solana. So people said he has to sell this and dispose his holdings before they can come in. But Solana is a very beautiful infrastructure, very fast and very beautiful infrastructure. But the only problem is the deficiency of Solana is when it is overloaded, it gets to switch off. A blockchain is not supposed to switch off. You'll see one of the characteristics of the blockchain. Then we now have others, XRP, I don't like these assets. It has a lot of political, any asset that has political business, just run away from it. US government, SEC, US SEC, then we have Dogecoin. Please don't sleep on Doge. As Elon Musk is bringing in, integrating, he has already integrated payment platforms, so definitely Doge will be one of it. And think about what is the use case. Everything that you can do on traditional finance or traditional thing, you can do it better on crypto. Anything that you just think of anything, is it savings that you want to be getting fixed deposit? There's what we call staking in crypto. Anything. It's better in crypto. But away from that, let's move on. What happened in the DEX industry? Solana led the DEX chain trading at, look at how much Solana did in trading volume, $54.1 billion in their volume. Why? Because you are hearing, how many of you have heard of meme coin? Meme. You see, look at how much they did in their meme, 168.4 billion. That was what they did in their meme. You see somebody on the news, it's true. You see, but I don't advise people because this guy is a Ponzi kind of thing. You can lose your money on. That's the part of. I told you that anything that you can do on traditional finance, there was MMM before, right? You can do it on crypto too. But there's the good side. I'm only going to focus on the good side that has been giving us traction and every other thing. Away from this, you can see Ethereum, no matter what, even when Ethereum is at its lowest, you can see that it's still following Solana in terms of transaction volume, $50.5 billion. And Arbitrum and BNB chain, you can see that BNB chain is still in top 4, but Solana is still in the back because of the meme frenzy ecosystem, right? Okay. Now, looking at why am I showing you this? These numbers, like we're moving in a world where you need to start understanding data and implementing it into your technical analysis. Without data, like if I say data, I'm not saying the charts. You need to understand what data is. Where is the money? So where is the money and every other thing? Look at spot volume. In March, why do we have all-time high for Bitcoin, $73,000? You can see how much it was, $2.4 trillion. So that was why other months they've been maintaining, they've been ranging between 1.4 to 1.1. All right, countries that have adopted Bitcoin, I told you Bitcoin is going to mainstream. We have El Salvador. El Salvador currently has 5,748 BTC, which is equivalent to, if you do your calculation times the amount. And they are giving people, investors, visa. If you come to my country, you must show the government that you are holding 1 BTC and you are going to use it to invest into their infrastructure. Free visa for you. Then there is Slovakia, there's Germany, there's Canada. I don't want to go into that. Then this is the price. I had to crack this. I had to get the data for this. It took me 1 hour to build this chart to show you this since 2013. In 2013, you could see how this is how Bitcoin has performed. Look at how it has been and every other thing. Russia-Ukraine war, multi-year cycle in 2018 to 2020 when Bitcoin touched 17,000, came back to $680, ranged then went to 2,000, then it touched 3,000. We saw when Elon Musk, I'll give you a story. Elon Musk and Tesla and MicroStrategy. I mean, Elon Musk and MicroStrategy, and I'll tell you why MicroStrategy stock is the best performing stock in S&P. That's done. Elon Musk announced that he was going to be buying, investing into crypto in January 2021. Bitcoin doubled its price in 2 hours from $26,000, from $23,000 to $47,000 in a day. That's never happened before. It doubled its price in 24 hours. Then MicroStrategy started buying Bitcoin, telling their shareholders. It created a gap in 1999 when it was trading between $142. There was a gap. If you check the chart, go and open MicroStrategy chart on your laptop. You see a gap created in 2000 from 142 to 212. Price has never got into that position. But when MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor came in, started buying Bitcoin, telling the shareholders that it's going to hedge the dollar and invest their money. He only raised money from the market, the US capital market, to go and buy Bitcoin, in order for them to stay afloat and better than every other of their peers. And what happened? When Michael Saylor, this is 2024, their share price has closed that part. It has even touched a 25-year high. Currently, their share price is trading at 231. 2023, when I told people to go and buy MicroStrategy and Tesla, MicroStrategy was trading at $14.98, and it has done 14.4x. That's 1,440% of the investment. If you have invested $500 in last year and held till now, in last year, November 2023, you'll be making an extra $7,244. Just investing in MicroStrategy. Okay, because it is backed by Bitcoin. Then, this is the performance of Bitcoin. First quarter in 2024, when after March, we saw, I told you that was when Bitcoin touched some $3,000. And look at it. See, I use data to talk, I speak. When I speak, I can show you my Bitcoin chart. My Bitcoin chart is 3 years old. I've not had anything. 3 years, 3 years, you see a lot of light, but I know what I'm seeing on the chart. 3 years, I'm a proper pure price action trader. Now, look at it, 68%, quarter 2. And look at quarter 3. If you do the year to date, you see. So, quarter 4, we're expecting good results for Bitcoin. I expect to see Bitcoin close in November, maybe 85,000 if you don't have Black Swan events. You'll see my projection for Bitcoin. Alright, because it's still bullish. We are still early. Still early. Gold is 18. Million. There was a wallet that was activated yesterday. He invested $500 in 2011, and that $500 is $2.1 million currently when he activated that wallet. Life-changing money. Now, a lot of things happened. 10 years after the first application, the SEC approved the Bitcoin Spot ETF, and guess what? Look, BlackRock has the highest. So what do you think the Bitcoin Spot ETF will do? So it's always buy, because robust liquidity, they will keep on buying. The US, when the US sees something and they've done their research properly, you just see them doing this. Look at their companies. All of them are top 10, holding more than anybody in the world. And the Spot ETF does not like expose the investor to holding the assets. But you have the opportunity to hold the real asset. Then they can't sell that asset to any other person. They only sell it in their market. And the prices is even different. It doesn't track. It tracks the performance of Bitcoin, but it's just listed like a stock. So they are trading, like BlackRock BTC, who is trading at maybe $26, $23. Do you understand? Normal way stock price trade. But it's only BlackRock. BlackRock only enjoys the appreciation, then if they make money from Bitcoin, they might want to do dividend by paying their subscribers to those people that bought their ETF. This is it. This is the benefit of the Bitcoin spot ETF. We are still early in the industry. All right. Then what should we expect in 2025? This is my last slide. My focus for Bitcoin is Bitcoin. Even when Bitcoin is at $100,000, we are still undervalued. Do you know why I say we are undervalued? I don't just speak without numbers. To produce one Bitcoin, Bitcoin is verified by the miners. Miners have what you call a SIG machine, a mining rig, where they confirm these transactions online. Right? Now, for you to, let me tell you the components of setting up the mining in setting up your Bitcoin mining machine. Everybody has a computer. The computer, if you connect to the mining pool, your computer is called a node. Yeah, the first speaker spoke about it. Now, what do I need for me to run a successful mining machine, mining rig? First, I need strong data. 24. Again, you don't have lights in Nigeria. 24/7 lights. You need data to confirm these transactions. You are aiming for free money. You always don't subscribe to the mining pool that you want to just plug into your machine. You need a good laptop. I connect my mining cable to my laptop, then I connect, then I start mining. Then download either the software that I'm using on all those things, and I'm mining. It makes money, a very long lively machine. Then what now happens? Over there in the US, you are paying light bill, you are paying for data, light bill, you are paying taxes. Here in Nigeria, nobody knows what. If we tell Tinubu what is there, you will be looking at what is mining. But over there, they know the usefulness of mining, what mining is, they pay taxes and all those things. The total cost of those things to produce one Bitcoin for them is around $85,000. And what's the current market price for Bitcoin? $67,000. Is that not undervalued assets? The cost of producing one is $80,000, and the current price, like it's trading at, that means they are paying at loss. So if they are selling their Bitcoin, they are selling at loss in order for them to meet up with what? With this thing. What the miners will just do is they'll stop selling to stop doing OTC trade, and they say they'll rather hold their Bitcoin and reduce the way they sell to the big boys that come to buy it from them, because they buy it at cheaper rates and all those things like that. That is why Bitcoin is undervalued. And what will happen? Bitcoin, I feel, in my own this thing, 250,000 at least. That's the top of the cycle. Now we'll see Bitcoin price trade for one. $250,000. Yes. That's if you don't have black swan events. What are black swan events? Unexpected things that might happen in the market, such as war, or disease. What do you call it? Disease, yes. What is global pandemic like COVID? These are the things that could make Bitcoin not get to its destination. Once again, if we'll see tractions in DeFi and all those things. So what are the top assets I'll be looking out for? Let me just share two of the assets I'm just looking out for. First, if you remember, I said something about Clearpool. Clearpool on time is at $5. And I expect that Clearpool should do $1. That's 10x of your investment from this certain price. Now, what is Clearpool? Clearpool, they give. It's just, you remember how your bank works. So Clearpool is like a DeFi that gives loan to institutional players. They give loan to institutional players. They track these things. After giving loan, yes, they will do their KYC. I read about. Okay, how do you get your money back if there's they have good, and they always release a report. So how do they get their money back? There's a protocol that look at these institutions. They verify they have their software and every other thing. Everything is saved on blockchain, so you can't go against them. There is a collateralized amount that you must to give to Clearpool and all those things like that. Now, Clearpool again is not bringing it to people that are bringing real USD. You know, one of the deficiencies of that when they were running the loan was it's only for crypto people. Now you can actually pay with they can actually give you real USD in loan. Then you can pay back at that at the rate that they want to give you. But it's a DeFi, and I know that DeFi is going big. Another one is I want to share again. Sorry, I'm just rushing. I'm supposed to explain this better, but again, another one is Crown by Third Game. Now we are in a world where people love betting, where people love sports. You know, Crown by Third Game. You'll see it. You see it on. Okay, you can buy it on Phantom Wallet. Crown by Third Game. So in the US, there's what we call this Kentucky PFP photo finish owned by Kentucky. It's horse racing, and now they brought their market to Web 2. You know what we call Web 3? Normally it was only Web 3 that could buy it. This Crown by Third Game touched $2. Currently trading at 30 something cents. And it's about projection. Crown by Third Game is still on that value. We are looking at $5 to $10 of that particular asset. And I know it's better to do that. It recently did 200% from 0.10 cents to 40 cents. That was 10 something cents. Crown by Third Game. So you know, in a world where people love betting, so they bet with this platform and they stake and they get revenue. Again, we are looking at utility. What is utility? What's the use case for Crown by Third Game? When these big investors come, they say, "Oh, okay, we like this product." They can, you know, grow the platform and like that. So these are the assets to sharing. Then, okay, don't forget about the big boys. Again, finally, let me just give you guys this bonus. Number one is INJ, Injective and Near Protocol. Those two assets. INJ, if you look at, because I didn't show you this slide, Near Protocol address has grown by over 100% active address. These guys are building massively and they've done well. Near Protocol, I called Near Protocol at 98 cents and it's round to almost $9. Currently trading at $4 currently. Yes, and I'm currently in profit. I'm bullish about it and I expect it. Sometime I was around 20 something, $24 and I expect it to reach $50 if I don't want to be wrong, but I expect it to reach $50. Thank you very much.
Okay, up next we have the top-down analysis by Mr. Obajiri.
Okay, guys. So sorry guys. So let me also sit down, right? I'm going to do this in less than 10 minutes so that we can ask questions because we will be out of here by 5, before 5 actually. You know, and we also need to be able to get some of you to ask questions. But okay, let's see this. So I want to just quickly, you know, do a bit of practical. You can't get everything in one day, right? There is a concept I really need to learn, which is the smart money concept. All right? And I am introducing, a lot of people have done ICT and all that, so that's basically what. But I also like to make my training very simple. So I just want to quickly do a top-down analysis and show you my view. You know, Christy has talked about where Bitcoin is going, right? where we continue actually, I believe, just like you said, except something unexpected happens, right? And it's even going, just like she also said, it's even going to be turbulent, right? The reality is that Bitcoin is going to go very, very high, right? But please, if you know you cannot afford to wait, don't use your money to buy Bitcoin. Don't use your money to buy crypto, right? But I will advise you, even if it's just a fraction of your money every month, just 10,000 naira you can afford. Just buy. The beautiful thing about Bitcoin and every other crypto is that you can buy them in fraction. You don't need to have money for one, right? You can buy in fraction. And before you know what is happening, let me share this experience with you. A lot of you might not believe what I'm about to tell you, but please, you don't have time. I will have shown you on the chat. In 2020-21 to early 21, that was when we saw this spike. I can show you on the chart. Then, I think Roti can be able to witness. We started saying buy Doge, buy XRP, buy TRC. Nobody's even talking about TRC here. TRC has been one of the most stable coins I've seen in the last. TRC is, if you love yourself, please go and buy TRC. Is this, I'm sorry, TRS rather. Tron, right? Tron is still selling for less than 20 cents. I can show you the chart. Let me just quickly show you. 16 cents. If you leave this place and you don't buy Tron, let me also tell you, have you ever noticed that anytime you want to transfer Bitcoin, you either have the ERC network or the TRC network. What network do you think people use the most? Why? Because it's cheap and it's fast. In all the turbulence that we have seen in crypto, it has been relative. I can show you. Let me just show you guys so that it's not like we are talking friction, right? So let me just show you charts. Let's talk with charts. Let's not talk with mouse. So this is TRX USD, right? As you can see. Can you see that this is the only chart? This is only prime. I mean, the only. Let's even go to the weekly so I can see what I'm saying. Can you see? Can you see that this? Why other peers? Can you see? Why other peers were breaking structured low? What is this nigga doing? I'm just giving you the secrets that will make you a multi-millionaire. Whatever you do, buy it and sell it not yet. Imagine if you buy Tron at 0. Today is selling for 0.16. Can you see the trend line? What does this suggest? Let's even do the analysis, right? Now, when do you just a minute, most of the college. So I guess I was led by the Spirit of God to talk about Tron because I don't know, I've been very busy. I've been stalking this Tron since 2019 and I kept buying. And my target is to have 1 million units. And I'm going to get there. But come to think of it, 1 million units is how much? divide 0.16 by sorry, 1 million multiplied by 0.16. That's $160,000, right? Guess what? I started buying at 0.002. When with just $500, you can buy hundreds of thousands. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm just rather, for me, I prefer rather than lose money in the market. Yeah, we use I just store it somewhere. Do you understand? But please, whatever you do, make sure you have it. I don't know. Yeah. Kingsley is a die-hard fanatic of Bitcoin. Yeah, and he has infected me. But you know, between you and I, right? It's the Kingsley, can you share the white paper of Bitcoin? Please take your time, go and read it. And just like she said, seek knowledge. When you understand, look at somebody that has been by the way, I don't want to, for security reasons, I don't want to say a lot of things about Shay, but look at how humble he is. I don't even want to tell you how much Bitcoin he has. He has them in hundreds. He has them. You heard him say he sold 20 to somebody. Eh? He told me, his friend Wale, I met the two of them, his friend Wale was one of the guys that first bought Dodge. Wale bought George of $500, and when George blew, he went and bought a house in Banana Island. This is a real life testimony. Do you understand? Information is power. A lot of people are even supposed, well, on the list, they are supposed to be here today, but they are not here. But you can imagine the kind of information, life transforming information that is coming out of this thing. So guys, please pay attention, right? And I want to do this so that you can do it on your own. Go to any coin, you know, you can know the levels to buy, all right? And you can, but there are some coins you don't even need to think about the price. I don't know why you should be thinking about the price of a coin that is 16 cents before you buy. Even if it's $10, please go and buy. Even if it's $5, buy. The day you have $2, buy. I mean, just keep accumulating. I mean, imagine you buy $1 of, you know, of Tron, right? At 0.16. This is a coin that was tried because people are using it a lot. They are using the network a lot because it's cheap. That's even a no-brainer for you to know that this is a coin that will strive. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Anytime you go on any estate, tell me that estate that doesn't have TRC 20. Do you understand? Some will even tell you that what you should use is TRC 20. Yes. But does not suggest that you should go home now and just, you know, go on the link, open your Bybit or whatever, and buy, and then, I mean, Kingsley will talk about some cold wallet that you can use to store your, you know, so that, you know, you are not, you know what I'm trying to say. But the point is that you should not be here, and in another 1 year, we come back together for a gathering like this, and you don't have good testimony. Because the information, like Chingy said, some people hold on this information. If it's an American you are talking to that has this kind of knowledge, you have to pay for it too. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say, but see, the cloud is very, I mean, we ask me to come and pay $65 to come and learn Forex, and it's all this like, I learned $4,000. I'm telling you for a fact. Do you understand what I'm saying? But today, it's like nothing. Do you understand? So look at this. So today, so just look at this. Does this not tell you, can you see from, you can imagine if you, let me just do this, right? You can imagine if you were fortunate to have bought this at 0.036, right? And today is doing 0.614. Let's just, guys, let's just do the math together. And this is what she was talking about time. It was in November 2022. All right? And the price, let's just do this math together, right? Let's look at the calculator. Let me bring up the calculator here. So let's just assume that you invested just $100, right? So, oh, sorry, I'm not playing multiple calculator. So let's just assume that you invested just $100, right? 100. Sorry, I like money. So $100, right? And you see, the money, I always tell people, the money that will prosper you is not the money you will save. Hello? The money that will prosper you is the money you get through information. Hello? It doesn't mean you should not save, don't get me wrong. But just be saving. But you know that your money that you are saving, you are subjected to inflation. $100, very simple. Last year, let's put it this way. 1.7 million last year could buy $2,000. Today, it's not enough to buy $1,000. Hello? Am I making sense?
Yes, sir.
It's not enough to buy. So if you had invested, let's even say half of that 1,000, of that 1 point something million that you had, right? And sometimes you don't even know what you do with the money. Do you know? Eh? Let's put it this way. Let me give it a typical. I know people. I'm in a circle of friends that, sometimes Amos, you know in Ibadan, eh?
Yes, sir.
You know people that will buy black barrel. Eh? How much are they selling black barrel now? That's what's the name of that? Jameson black barrel is about 70 or 80.
I don't know about that.
And that then was 25,000. Good. And as at then, dollar was about 600, 700. Guys, let's do the math together. Right? So somebody had bought, as at that time, if you have, I'm just trying to tell you how you can be wise. It is not about how much salary you earn that makes you prosper. It's about the information you have and how you use the information. Guys, if you don't take anything away from this session, take what I'm about to tell you out of this place. It will teach you how to be disciplined. Have you ever tried to put a block of 1 million naira on the floor and see how many blocks it will be? This is 1 million naira, somebody that will spend in a nightclub. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Guys, I sold 2 of my cars this year. I'm not joking. Oh, the one that had an accident and the EX 350 20. No, I sold the GX and I sold EX. I love Lexus. All my cars were Lexus, right? Today I use Toyota Corolla 2015. That's the only car that I have. God knows. Of course, I'll go to that one. But I would rather, I don't know how to put it. I would rather, is it not to go from one place to another? See, I'm an national vice president. In fact, my MD must not even know that I use a Toyota Corolla 2015. He must not know. Because I know how much they pay me to buy a car. But I know that I'm entitled to another one this coming year. So I would rather wait for another one that is going to come for free. Hello? After 4 years, it becomes mine now. They will give me another one. Hello? And you guys, I'm just trying to tell you how to be wise with your finances. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So you can, I sold the years and I got about 70-something million, about 80 million. And I bought a 4-bedroom terrace. Yes, it's still under renovation. You were in my house yesterday, have you?
Yes, sir.
What did I do? I pulled down the whole of my interior that I did just January last year. I'm doing it again. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because sometimes the ambience of your house, the way it makes you think safe, even everything that is blocked will open. So you have to be refreshing. So I would rather spend my money on things that will give me peace of mind and that I will see. I crashed a car of almost 80 million naira March this year. I'm telling you. But what can crash my Bitcoin in the wallet? Nothing. Abi? What can only happen to my Bitcoin is that the value will drop, and then when it's time to rise, 20 Bitcoin is 20 Bitcoin, irrespective of the values. Am I making sense to all of you? So look at this, right? So if somebody had bought 2 black barrel, let's even say it's 4 black barrel in 1 month. He was supposed to use 4 black barrel. So let's even say 4 black barrel will be around 100,000, right? So let's put it this way, right? If you divide it by, let's even say at that time, dollar was 800, okay? Right? This person would have invested this in, I will even use Solana. I remember in December 2023, I was saying that, no, 2022, I was saying, the chart is still on the group now. If you go to the review group, you'll see when I said people should buy when it was $8.07. December, you can check it on the chart, it's there. So if this guy had bought, the money would have used for black barrel. Please listen to this. If I bought Solana at 8 points, because sometimes if you don't do this math, you won't understand, then this person would have been able to buy 15 Solana with the money for black barrel. Are you guys following what I'm trying to say? As at this morning, Shegi told us that the same Solana, let's even leave that alone. December 2023, on Christmas Day, Solana was selling for 156. By the time it was January, it was over 200. It is on the chart. I'm not lying. Whatever I'm saying is here. But let's even say it's at today's price, 175. All right? 2,710. Send me that back in the whole wide world. That will convert $125 to 2,710. Now, let me tell you the 2 things that have affected this. Let's come back to Naira. As at the time, it was 900. If you even multiply by the same 900, you are profitable. But now, this amount you are seeing is exactly 5,400. Do you know that? Because dollar is now exchanging for double. More than double. So you are getting on 2 sides. You can see how $125 2 years ago could have changed your life today. So you now do the math yourself. If it was $1,000, you'll be talking of $27,000 and effectively $54,000. That's close to 100 million naira. Just because you did what? You took a wise decision. Right? Just because you deprived yourself of taking that 4, or those 4 black barrel, it doesn't mean you see nothing. So what I'm just trying to advise you, if it's $10, $20, you can afford every month. Please be looking for any of the top 10 crypto. If you cannot buy 1 Bitcoin, if you are looking for return on investment, you can keep this on the group. And you guys don't even know what. A lot of you see those charts and you just, and you just see somebody who is showing the chart that was like this, and then it's like this is still showing, and everybody's just looking. Please ask questions, right? I've never seen anything that can make you, right? That can turn you from a multi-millionaire from it. I know somebody who invested 168,000 naira in crypto. I was able to make $1.8 million. Naira, mark my word. Yes, these things are reality. Do you understand? So anyway, to cut our long story short, because we need to ask questions, right? I'm just trying to give you an advice. I want you to pay attention. I know what we teach is forex, but the truth of the matter is, right? Please, whatever, the beautiful thing about this thing, the knowledge we are getting on forex is the same knowledge, right? The only difference is that this is very volatile and it can quickly make you rich. But the analysis is the same thing. But when you are looking at forex, crypto, please look for store of value. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Look for store of value. So let's quickly look at this. So, and you can see from by yourself, look at this crypto. It was this, and look at where it is now. And then you can see this trend line. You see what I was trying to tell you the other time, right? Look at this trend. No, let's start from the bottom. This is where it started from, right? Once you are able to touch 3 of this, I like the spike. I usually like spike. So for this nigger to come down, then I keep telling you this is how to use the trend line. Are you guys following me? And you must learn how to mark trend line. Sorry, where is that? You must learn how to mark trend line. See, pay attention to what I've done here. Right? I make sure that you touch 1, 2, 3. This is enough, right? So you can, once it touches, it didn't even touch, but you can still leave it like that. But what is important is that it's touching 3 points. Otherwise, if it's not touching up to 3 points, that trend line is not valid. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you now see that this is a valid trend line, right? For as long as this trend line is not violated, right? We are still in an uptrend. The moment the crypto market starts to boom, this is a $1 coin. Go and write it down. We'll talk about this in 2-3 years' time. Maybe at that time, maybe it will be $3. And you'll be like, I was there when Giri was talking about it. I didn't know. That will not be your portion. Huh? You have nothing to lose. Put $20. Put $30. Over a 1 year, even it's $5, put $60. Manage and put, if you can afford $50, put, it's okay. You don't need to have all the money in this world. Do you understand? But with $50, do you know the amount of Tron that you'll be able to buy? So let it not get to $1 alone, you are made. And you have coins like that have prospered, and just $20 here. So I'm not talking from a position of somebody who may have the kind of money that will buy quantity. I'm even talking for, okay, I'm just starting. My salary is $200,000 in a month. Okay, let me just buy $10 and buy crypto. It's just wise, but never be left out of this moving train. All right? So now let's quickly do it because I'm going to round up with this particular chart. I may not be able to. So if you look at this chart right now, right? If I'm looking at, the number of times I've been telling you something about order flow, right? Now, I just want to put some of the things that I talk about on the chart, in the group to life. So this is the low, right? That happened, right? And this is the high that we saw before we saw this pullback. Now look at something. Let me show you something, right? I did not consider this one a pullback. I cannot consider this one a pullback. Why? I cannot concede. Price retraced here, price retraced here. So the price retraced here, right? Price retraced here. But I cannot consider anything here or anything here a pullback. Why? Because let me just try and put the trend line back a bit more perfectly well so that you can see. Let me just, because I wanted to really understand what a valid pullback is in the live market, right? Because this is a live market. Crypto is still moving, right? Right? So look at this very well. I'm on the weekly chart. This is a pullback. And mind you, anything I'm doing on a weekly chart, you can reach in 1 minute, you can reach in 5 minutes. It doesn't matter the time frame. It's the same concept. It's just that it depends on what you're looking for. But if you're looking long term, please do a long term, a higher time frame analysis. That's why you will not be worried whether it's coming down or whatever. What is your concern is your chart. Are you with me? So look at this. This is the low. This is a low. But after this move to this move, I cannot consider this one a pullback. I cannot consider this a pullback. Right? Why? I just told you guys, students. 3 candle rule. Simple. Right? Look at this very well. When this candle went up here, right, and got to this point, somebody will make, look at this. Somebody will make a mistake. Oh my goodness, this thing, don't mess me up. This is a very interesting part. Okay, this thing is touching. 4 points. I start with that. Okay, so somebody can make a mistake of marking this one. Look at this very guys. Pay attention. I told you I'm going to delineate. Somebody can. Sorry, I need to use my hand. Sorry. Somebody can make a mistake of calling this place a break of. This is a break of structure. And somebody can say this is a break of structure. Sorry, this one. Sorry. This one. This is a high, isn't it? This is also a high. Why this high is not valid? But this high is valid. Who can tell me why?
Due to the
Three candle rule. Simple. Right. If you look at this high is not valid because if you look at this, you saw 1, 2. If you look at this very well, it's below this one, even though you have a green candle. Is it making sense to you now?
yes.
Right? So, if somebody had said, oh, this is a valid pullback, I said this is a valid pullback, and now I've called this a valid pullback, and now start to buy from here. But this is actually the valid high. Let's say he assumed that, oh, this thing has pulled back a little here, he wants to buy here because he saw, oh, there's some red candle. What do you think would have happened to the person? The person would have, am I using the picture? The person would have to withstand a drawdown, or in the process, even blow the account, right? So that is where patience comes in. Does that make sense? Let's look at another one. Let me just put it back because I need my hand. Look at this break of structure here, right? And look at this. For the purpose of this, I will call this also the break of structure. For the purpose of my explanation, I will call it the break of structure. Now, and let me mark this one. Let me mark this one. Maybe another color, right? This. Now, now I want to confuse you. Good. Is this, which of this is not valid?
The one at the top.
No, there are 3. It's either that one is not valid and one is valid. So, which of this is not valid? I should shock you.
The one at the top, the BOS at the top. Yes, that one.
Anyway, let's not waste time. Both of them are valid. Right? Let me prove it to you. Look at this. This is the one that looks confusing. This is the body, right? Can you see, if you look at this very well, that's why you have to be. Can you see this candle? You close below this one. So this is bearish candle. This is another one. Closing below this one. Then look at the third one. Can you see? Close below this one. So this close below this. So you really have to pay attention. Hello, are you getting what I'm trying to say? So if I was in the market and I saw this kind of thing, the next thing I would do, this is valid. This high is valid because this is 1, 2, 3. This one is very glaring. But this one is not glaring. That was why I intentionally marked this. Can you get my point? So you really have to check very well. You can see, if you check very well, you see that. Can you see the body close below the body of the previous one? Can you see? Can you see now? Can you see that the body of this one, you are ignoring this one. These are the one. 1, 2, 3. You know, when you expand the chart now, you can see that it becomes, so both of them are valid. Do you agree with me now? Right? Good. Now, when you see, the next thing I want to say is this, right? This is my, okay, I think I can do this for you guys. When you see I need to move this. So when you see, how do you know the trading range? Everybody has seen me talk about trading range, right? Yeah, you've seen me talk about trading range a lot, right? So this is what I do. I'm just trying to, I need to round up now. I need to round up now. So, but this is what I really do, right? I want to know my boundary, and I want to know, so I'm going to stop here because of time, right? Because I also still want people to ask questions, right? Right? We can still manage an extra 30 minutes for questions and answer before they come and drive us out of here. So look at this. Let's assume that I am in the market, right? And I saw, I'm trying to take this away. and I saw this kind of thing, and let's say I'm here, and I get to the market when I have seen this, right? Let me even clear my charts. Okay, but let me not clear, let me just, because I don't want to remove that trend line. It can be difficult to draw the trend line something. So let me just. So guys, if I get to the market and I see this kind of, and this is what I see in the market, what should be the first thing that will come to my mind?
Wait for the pullback.
Wait for the next candle.
Oh, okay. Wait for the pullback, yes. Wait for the pullback, okay. What do you think will be the next thing that will come to my mind? I will just need to delineate my trading range, where I should be looking at. So the first thing that comes to my mind is this is that this figure here is a valid high. Okay, that's the first thing. Why is this figure a valid high? It's a valid high because this was the lowest point that led to that high. This is not a valid pullback. Do you agree with me? Yes. Because I just threw bearish candle. Is this thing making sense to you now? Yes. Right? So then the next thing I will now look at, okay, after this valid pullback, there comes a break of structure right here. This is the real break of structure because that was the highest point, right? But this is the valid high. Why? This is a valid high because it was the high that painted after the break of structure, right? That was, that happened as a result of a valid pullback. Does that make sense to you? Yes, sir. I'm trying to break it down. Do you get what I'm saying? So that you can get back to your chart and do things like this. It's the same thing. Do you understand? So the next thing I also want to then do after identifying it is to mark out which was the lowest low, the lowest point of the pullback. This thing I'm telling you, go and try it. You always at least minimize your risk, right? This was the lowest point in the course of the pullback because this is the highest high before the pullback and this is the low. Are you following what I'm trying to say? And this is the low that led to the break of structure. So this low is supposed to be the, you see me always putting something like, let me write it so that you can protect low, right? You have seen this before, right?
Yes.
For as long as this low, you know all those things I'm just showing you in the real market. For as long as this low is not violated, we are still in an uptrend. That's what I wanted you to say. The only time this uptrend is going to end is when you see price rather than respect either another block that is here or you fear. Can you see? Without even marking, I can see this is another block, right? Because this was the last bullish candle, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's a valid one because it led to a break of structure anyways. If it did not, if there was a rejection and I started calling that, then this other block is not valid. That's how to identify. See, you can't learn all these things in a day. There are just too many things on my head, in my head. So I don't want to, but I want to take it easy with you. Until you see a bodily closure below here, then you now come back to the trend line and then continue to sell down. Is that simple? Does that make sense? Makes sense? So this, number one, you have seen the previous low taken out. You have seen the violation of the trend line. If you see this kind of thing and you are still buying, you want to lose money. I can guarantee you, except you are lucky. And that is not trading. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, but in this case, the next thing I want to do, if I'm just assuming I'm in the market. So the first thing that will come to my mind is I can delineate and mark out my, my trading range, using my, I like premium and discount. So I will just take it. So let me take it that way so that it will be, I can just adjust it. Now you now know how to use the premium discount. So mark out your premium discount, right? So you can just take it from here, right, down to this case. If you like, you can do this one. So this is where I'm looking at, right? I can just drag it into the future. Now, the next thing that will be on my mind is that for as long, if I see a closure above this previous zone, right? I already know that. But I know that price will not just continue, isn't it? So the next thing is I will look at this. I will start looking at institutional reference points, right? So the first institutional reference point I will see here is this fair value gap right here. Can you see this? Right? You see, this kind of thing is when you start to practice on charts. So all these things you can see, I'm not just drawing anything. There's something in my mind. And then I see a fair value gap here, right? And I also see a fair value gap here. Can you see? Which of the fair value gap should I really ordinarily wait for? The one in the red zone or the one in the blue zone? The one in discount. So in that discount zone, I will probably just look at, okay, I see a fair value gap. That fair value gap is valid because there is also another block right here. Is this still making sense to you guys? Right? So that's another block. So anything that is happening here, you already know is an uptrend, no doubt. But do you want to start buying? Yes, you can buy if you are keeping for store value. If it comes down, you buy more and keep. If it comes down, you buy more. You are not losing money. But if you are doing margin trading, you don't do that. You wait for price to come to the discount zone. So what are the things that I've seen? I've seen a value pullback because I see 3 red candles, right? And I see a break of structure. And this is the low that led to the valid high. Is it making sense to you now? Right? So, and I saw a fair value gap in premium, right? And I saw a fair value gap in discount. Because I am looking to buy. You buy at discount. You sell at what? Premium. Now, because this is an uptrend, and I want to join the trend, I may not want to counter it. If I'm selling to this area, what if price goes above? It invalidates this range. So you have to draw another range, especially if there is a value pullback in the course of going up. That means this protected low is no longer valid. Price has no business coming there anytime soon. That's what it means. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why? Because price has closed bodily above the premium zone. So let's lay this forward and just see. So now here there is also, and let us see how price will react to all of these zones together. And we'll call it a day and we'll ask questions, right? So this is also a bullish order block. Now I would prefer the bullish order block and the fair value gap in the premium zone, right? And you see why I would like this zone, this fair value gap and this is because it's actually coinciding with the trend line. Because price always spikes the trend line. Go and check on your chart. You spike down the trend line and continue. For as long as it doesn't close bodily below the trend line, you are fine. Does that make sense, guys? Right? So let's just play. And this will be the last thing I will say about this. The rest will be in class. So join us in class. Alright? So this is, let's just see. Can you see? Now, watch. See what happened. So now I have no business. This is invalid. This protected low is still protected, but it's no longer my area of interest. Because why? See this strong bullish candle. Can you see? Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see this strong? Can you see it tries to come down? But look at that, it's also a bullish thing. It did not get to this point. I have no business waiting. If I want to, I will probably just go to lower time frame, which I will not have time to do that because of our time, and see where to join the trend from here. But there is no value pullback. So if I'm sticking to this weekly chart, I don't have a value pullback, so I will wait. So let's see what happens. Right? Next. Can you see? Can you see? Can you see price? Good. You can see that price is no longer coming to this line. Now let's now see. Do we have a value pullback? Yes, but you have to let's mark it. So I have to now change my. Let me just put this. So this is the lowest point of the pullback, right? After this is the lowest point, right? But we need to check whether there is a value pullback. So let's try and check. Now, look at this one, right? Look at this one. This is the body, right? Is this second body closing below it?
Yes.
So this is a valid pullback. Do you know what has just happened? You see, this is no longer my trading range, right? My trading range will now move from this zone. Okay? Why? Because this is no longer my trading range. Why? Because this is now a new protected low. Do you understand what I'm saying now? Huh? Do you know why it's a protected low? Because there is a value pullback and it was followed by what? It was followed by, rejection. You can see how many candles try to break below that could not break. And then what happened? You saw a bullish engulfing. So, because of this pullback, then this becomes my new valued high. This one here, this figure here becomes my new valued high. And this is actually a change, a break of structure, right? This one here, right? So, because this was the lowest low that led to this break of structure, are you following what I'm saying? Then this area now becomes my new trading range. This becomes my new trading range. From this low, right, to this high. You believe that after leaving this class, you now know how to draw your premium at discount zone. So if you really want to get a trade out of this, right, you probably need to, sorry, I'm trying to take this off. So you probably need to go to, let's say, 4 hours. If you get to 4 hours, then you can begin to see that price action. Can you see now? In 4 hours. Now, you can see this was rejected, right? And then you can see. Now, if you expand this, for me, if I want to buy this pair, now let's assume I'm even margin trading, right? I will look at the other block that led to that high, which is this figure here, and I'll be waiting for this one, right? Why? Because you see all this shuku that you see here is liquidity. All these things that you see, that's why you always see me do something like this. I'll just do something like this, and I'll now put dollar sign. Because all these people will be trading by and be putting their stop loss. And stop loss is simply liquidity and it's money. Price will come at some point, right? At some point, right? Because now, as you can see, price is still in that premium zone. Oh my goodness, this thing is messing up. It's a lie. We'll finish. I have just 2 minutes to go. Okay, so price is just, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, so you can see what I'm saying. So price may want to target this. And then if you look at, right, here, I told you about price taking out the two sides of liquidity. Can you see? Price went here, took this low right here. Can you see? Took out this low, right? Right? And then took out this high. Can you see? It has taken out the two sides of liquidity. And after that, what happened? Price now started giving us bearish signal. And then this is now our high. This is now a lower high. This is now a lower high. This is now a lower high. And when you begin to see lower high, and lower lows, what does that signal? It means that at some point, right, price is going to make another. So this is a lower low. Price is likely going to make another lower low. Taking out all the liquidity, and if I want to buy this pair naturally, I will probably just look for the middle, right? I'll probably just look for the middle of this point and then put my point in on that. And just below this point here will be my stop loss. If price goes and close below that place, then the trade is not valid. So guys, this is how I do my analysis, and I hope you have learned one or two things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olaji, for this part section. So now we'll have the question and answer section. I will take just 3 to 5 people. Right. Do we have questions? And I hope you're writing them down. Any question? Okay, you take number 1. Another person for question. So we have just one person. 2, 3. And that will be all.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. Sir, please, what I want to ask is actually in relation to this particular chart.
Okay.
So, I know you said you already drew a line. That's your encroachment, the one in the middle, where you most likely wait for price to get to before you buy. But then, there is this thing I always want to, I get confused at times. That particular order block that you marked out down there, see this first part that touched it after, doesn't that make it mitigated? And we have to look at that particular region as the possible place for you to react to before you buy it.
Okay. Very good question. Sorry, I did my very, very good question. So this is where the validity of a law is. For a law to be valid, I told you about order block and a law, right? For a law to be valid, let me just show you something. Sorry. Look at the last law that I painted. This law, right? This law, if you look at this law here, right? It actually led to this high that led to this break of structure. So this is now a valid law. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right? Now, if you look at this law that led to the break of structure, actually, this is a test. So the retest of it is likely to happen here. Do you understand? But it needs to take out this particular law, right? So all I'll be waiting for is for this particular law to be taken out. And I am assuming that, you see, like I said, we trade, sorry, I don't know what to do. Okay. So like I said, we trade probability, we don't trade certainty, and that's why we use stop loss, right? But I know that this is an order block. This order block is valid because it led to a break of structure. So it's likely, not certain, that it's going to actually hold. But there is a high probability. Now, if this order block here got to this place and did not look at here, it would not have been valid, right, if it has reversed from here and got to this place, because it did not take out the high. But look at that same high, because if you look at from a higher time frame, this whole move from here, this whole leg from here down to this place is one single level, mind you. And that was the leg that led to this break of structure right here. Do you get it now? This was the high. So it is a valid order block. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So my question is actually going to go Mr. Kingsley.
Okay.
About crypto trading, cryptocurrency. So there's this, I don't even know whether I should call it coin or whatever. This Pi and Amsterdam, this tapping thing and all. So what is your take on this? Is it assets or coin or whatever? But I noticed that a lot of people have tried, over the years, mining Pi and all of that. And then, there's this rush like, you have to keep mining and all of that. Then about Amsterdam too, about the tapping thing. What's your take really on all this?
Very, very, very good question. I always tell people when I started my crypto journey in 2019, I knew about crypto in 2017. Oh yeah, but again, I started my crypto journey with zero capital, so the market was free, and there's what we call airdrop. You know, airdrop was gotten out of thin air in order for the market to grow popularity and to bring in more people into the mainstream. I can't call Amstar, sorry to say, I'm going to break many people out. They are not assets. They are airdrops, like just meme coin. Yeah, just frenzy to bring people into the system. And I always tell people, when the airdrop, the actual airdrop that I got for in crypto was TWT. CZ was, they bought, Binance bought TWT, they acquired TWT, and I got it for free, and I made 1,200% just holding our assets. Even Dogecoin was free. Now Doge is not an asset because top 10, like close to 20 billion. There was a time Doge was $98 billion. $98 billion in market cap. And now Doge is 20 billion. So this asset that you see, that no, not asset, I mean, this tapping, you know, if Nigeria was productive, I don't think many people will have that time to be thinking those nonsense things like they are tapping on the, again, don't get me wrong, people make thousands of dollars from it, but they were stupid to, in quotes, to lose the money back again to the market, thinking that it will go to $1 rather than them selling off that, and it's just an airdrop. If you get an airdrop, I'm not saying you cannot participate in it, you can. If you don't have capital, our advice, okay, you do it, but do it with an account or a wallet that is another topic on its own entirely. When you're in on the group chat, on when we start the classes, you learn more about it, and I'll give you my insight about it. So let me not just give too much.
Okay, so guys, sorry that we are out of time. We will be asked to be here, but we really no. I think we can take all the groups. So everybody that has come, if you are not on the group, we'll add you. But I want to believe that a lot of people are on the group, right? So we'll continue from there. But I think Ronti would like to just talk about classes that started on the 5th of November, right? For those of you that want to join the class and all that, and then we'll continue the discussion on the group so that we can round up before 5:30. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I'm just saying. So thank you all for staying till the end. I know we all have places to be and we still choose to be here today. And I also want us to give a round of applause to the sponsor of today's event. Imagine sponsoring an event in this particular economy free of charge. So I want you to give me a round. Okay, so the reason why we held this class was because we want to create this kind of feeling for everyone to think that, okay, we are safe. As you can see the face of the brand here, and you just know that, okay, we know what we are doing here. So our class is going to start on Tuesday, November 5, and I don't know, the payments will be open from Monday. It's not Chuko. Yes, so from Monday you can start making payment. Online. But then I want to do
online.
Not me, the
Online.
MD. Yes,
Online.
It's going to be online. The MD is giving 50% off for 3 people. But then I'm in charge, right? So I'm going to ask just 3 questions, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. First to answer, and it is only valid if you decide to pay for the class, right? First to answer, then get your 50% off. So the first one, when our guest speaker came here, he talked about Trader B, or is he Mr. B? Yes. How much did Mr. B start his Bitcoin trading?
What's the cheap question? Just show that people are. Oh my goodness.
All right. Oh God, not that. Okay, so that means you're going to answer 2 questions. I don't want to just pick a guy. You know, like.
This
So, I think I saw her first. No, we don't have time. So, I think 800,000. 800,000. Alright. So you answer one more question because they all feel like. Okay, so. Okay, so my second
Wait,
question would be.
you are giving them too simple, and I've given this on the for an order block to be valid.
Okay.
We must.
I think they are going to see. So the thing is, okay, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. 8 p.m. tomorrow, right?
I think we should do a quiz online so that we can run this up.
8 p.m. tomorrow,
we'll do a
go
quiz.
through the register.
I will do a quiz. Only people that are here,
yes.
you know, will answer. And
Honestly, I don't think so.
I thank you very much. I give yourself a round of applause, everyone. Give yourself. It just shows that you have not come here to waste your time.
Yes.
You know, just before we ask the question, almost every hand is up. I mean, it's my joy, right? I wish, trust me, guys. I wish we can do training for free. We have nothing to lose. We only have more to gain because we would have empowered people. What we have seen, nothing will testify to it. And even people that have paid for classes, you'll be begging them to come. You'll be in the class. Do you understand? If only you know the power of what we are giving for free. In fact, some people, what if the number of information we give on that group is enough for somebody's life to change? And I've heard somebody told me here that ever since he joined this group, he has never lost. He doesn't lose again. He has not been losing the way he used to lose. Not that he doesn't lose again. That's a good testimony. It means that the same information that everybody is getting, just a few are taking advantage of it. And please, this information is not for free. Go online and see what academy in America and all of those things. They will not even give you this deep insights, and they will collect your money, and they will say their mentorship is $10,000, $5,000. Go and check. You understand? But we understand the kind of economy, and it's always a joy, you know, trying to impact knowledge and all that. But please do not take it for granted. So we will do this quiz on the group, right? And you know, we'll probably just send a Google sheet just strictly for the people, just the people that are on the register. Thank you.
All right, it's been a powerful section. Would like to have a Muslim for closing prayer. Any Muslim in the house? Please, a Muslim for closing prayer.
Please, let's just round up. There's no time.
Anybody can pray. Anybody that's there can pray.
Who wants to pray?
Please, let's rise up for prayer. Heavenly Father, King of Kings, we thank you for what you have been doing for us this morning. We thank you for where you have brought us. Father, we say your name be glorified. Father, we have learned today, we have learned a lot of things, but we still need the spirit to take actions on what you have learned. Father, come and give us that spirit to take action. Lord, as we are closing now, everybody is going to a various destination. Father, we need maximum protection on the road, on the car, and everything we want to take to our destination. Father, come and be our protector. Father, come and guide us. As we go to gather here next year, by next year, Father, we want to make all of us be a profitable trader, so that the spirit we need, the mindset we need to be a profitable trader. Father, come and bestow it on us. Amen. Thank you for everything that you're doing for us. We appreciate you, Lord. Thank you for everything. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Thank you so much, everyone. And please, let me say